Hello, we're here again. Sorry about the delay. It's my fault with some of this. My laptop decided it wanted to upgrade, and anyhow, it's all done. We're working now. So, um, this is episode 48, and thank you so much, Delboy, as usual, for being here and supporting me. You've been a great support, and you support our. It's just wonderful to have you on there, and we're going to have a good chat, hopefully. And I'd just like to say, if you want to give any updates or anything, please do that,
yeah.
so everybody knows. You know,
Well, hopefully people can hear me and they sort of know what that means. But anyway, hang on a minute, because we have to have a rant here, right? I know bloody well why you were late. You were sticking in them bloody Ladybird books, weren't you? Right? You thought, I know. I think I'll read about kings and queens, the bastards. They can wait.
I'm surprised you haven't mentioned somebody else yet. Who do you normally mention?
It's that, or you've got another box that's arrived and it says crap from Tony on it.
Yeah, there we go.
Right? It says crap from Tony on it, and there you are. And you decided you'd open it up and you thought, oh, I know, I'll go through this bloody 1,500 box of DVDs. And then you thought, I know, I'll catalogue it now.
Yeah, I know Tony sent me a message. We knew we'd be on about it.
Anyway, rant over.
Right. So let's see. I did say, what have you been watching this week? But you said you didn't really have anything. If you got anything that's been sent to you,
yeah. You see, I don't get things sent. I get things that I bought. You know what I mean?
Well,
I don't get free. I don't get freebie bastard stuff, right? I get stuff that I've actually legitimately bought.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That you never watch.
Right. So there you go. So yeah, you wanted an update on my mother. Well, there's not much to say other than what's in the blog and the thank you message. I have been to the hospital several times. I've met the occupational health person today, and they're ready to go. They want her to be returned home, but she needs an echo scan. And the occupational health carer people, they won't release her unless there are things in place for her to, like a downstairs area for her to sleep, etc. And that means bringing down the bed from upstairs to downstairs. And unfortunately, I can't do that by myself. Obviously a double bed will be out of the question, and the single bed is still quite heavy for me because I've got sciatica. So I'm trying to do it in stages. I'm going to try the mattress tonight after this stream. And then my sister said that she's going to try and find someone to help with the bed, because the bed will be the hardest, because it's sort of like not made of pine or anything. It's one of those ones with drawers. So it's going to be too heavy for me. So that's really all there is to say. My mother's not in a good way, although she looks brighter. She got something called CAP, which is community accessible pneumonia, something like that. And her memory is now worse. Every time I go to the hospital, she says, "When's your dad picking me up?" And he's been dead 9 years.
Oh, no.
Which is very distressing for me.
Yeah.
One, because she thinks that she's coming back with me. And the second one is because she thinks my dad's alive.
Yeah.
So, but it's really weird because she recognized that today was Wednesday when I saw her. And she's usually a day out. She usually says it's Tuesday today, isn't it?
Yeah.
But there's lots of things for me to think about. I've got to think about getting 3 lots of sheets. I'm going to need one that's on the bed, one that's spare, and one that's in the wash, something like that. I've got to buy a,
yeah,
I've got to buy a
yeah,
sort of like lining sheet for the mattress because obviously she can't get to the
yeah,
toilet as fast anymore. So of
yeah,
course she's going to need those special women's, pull-up
yeah,
things.
yeah.
And there's all of that um going
It's a
on.
lot.
So
Yeah, yeah.
it's not been a nice time for me.
No, I know.
But I did get some like 17 comments or something, some very nice
Oh,
comments
that's
from
good.
people
Yeah, good.
that sort of help. I'm allowed to take
Yeah,
compassionate leave from work whenever I want it, but of course there's nothing for me to take off at the moment because she's not even home.
yeah, yeah,
So I've tried to work through it, and it's difficult because my mind does
yeah,
drift a little bit
yeah.
home.
I
Um,
know. It when you get to this stage of with the caring, um, it is difficult because I know when my late wife, it gets to certain stages, and
well,
you just have
the
to
thing
get on
that
with it.
surprises
Yeah,
me, the thing that surprises me is that they allow you to go home without having an assessment done. They actually send an
yes,
assessor
yeah,
to look at stuff after they're home, because we
yeah,
questioned the bed because we said, can you supply side beams to a bed, so that she doesn't fall out? And they
yes,
said
yeah. They should
that's
do.
something that we don't supply because, well,
Ooh,
she did tell me the reason why.
they.
But the
Oh,
but the second thing she said was it's usually done anyway after an assessment. And I'm going, so you're sending her home, and she's not, and you haven't even assessed the premises where she's going
yeah.
back to.
They should do that.
Um,
Yeah, yeah,
so
yeah,
that surprised me, but there you
yeah.
go.
No, they
Yeah,
should assess. Yeah, we had. I remember people coming round and assessing everything, right? Because we had stairs as well. There's all that they sort out, and there's loads of things.
yeah.
They should. They should be
I
as.
think it's
They
big.
should.
I think
Somebody should come.
I don't know if it's something to do with how mobile she is, what type of
Yeah,
problems she's got. I don't know.
because even putting
Um,
rails up in certain places that she can grab hold of is quite important.
well,
Just
we've
doing that.
got two sides to the stairs which have got handrails,
Yeah.
but we don't think she'd get up the stairs.
No, no, no.
That's why we need to bring the bed down.
That's right. Yeah,
You know.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
But
but
somebody
it's
definitely needs to come and get this sorted out for you.
yeah. I mean,
Needs to do.
I've bought a new kettle, the one that only pours enough water for a cup, so you don't have to pick the whole kettle up because it will be too
Yeah,
heavy, right? And I've bought myself an air fryer so that I can cook her meals with fresh ingredients rather than frozen because I wanted to
yeah.
have the best from now on. They're getting everything all together for the prescription because there's a prescription change, but that
Oh,
won't take long. The thing that we're waiting for is something called an echo. I don't even know what
yeah,
that is. They haven't
yeah,
explained it. They've explained it to my sister. They haven't explained it to me. So she's got to have an echo. I don't know, an echiogram or something, I suppose is what it
mm,
is, but I don't know what that is exactly. She's had a CT scan, she's had blood
yeah,
tests, she's had all of
yeah.
that sort of stuff. They have said that well, we need it in paper form, but they have told her that she's got early signs of dementia.
Mm,
So that explains that. But of course, remember, she's got this cap thing, this pneumonia thing, and that causes confusion and fogginess of the brain and all of this sort of stuff. So we don't know whether she's got dementia. But as soon as they say that, my sister can apply for carer, and then she can get an allowance, and then she can help with some of the things in regards to food because she could cook some food at her house and bring it, and we could eat it over several days. It'll help with me.
yeah,
and all of that sort
yeah.
of stuff.
Yeah, it's good.
Because I've got to try and balance work life now with home
yeah,
life.
of course.
And of course, they did tell me, you want to get yourself one of them cheap doorbells. And I said, oh, this is weird. Why am I supposed to buy a doorbell? She said, if you put the plug in your room and you give your mother the button, the doorbell, put it onto a stick or everything, it'll tell you when she wants something, because it'll play the doorbell chime in your room.
That's interesting. Well,
oh, yeah, okay. That sounds like a good idea. Because other than putting cameras everywhere and
it's a better idea. That,
know,
yeah.
But it's all this sort of stuff, advice that I've been given, and it's all jumbled a little bit in my head.
Yeah.
But I've got to give my sister a ring at 10 o'clock, so I will have to just go away for a couple of minutes during
That's all right. No problem.
But yes, I haven't watched much other than what's been on telly, really. I've been watching Daredevil as a TV series, which is really quite good. It's close to the Netflix one, so that's been
good. That's good.
What
have you had delivered?
Let's see. Let's drop this. Right. So I don't like the cover to this, but it's a great film, and that's The Social Network.
Yeah.
Which tells you, how
I
Facebook
agree that it's not a very exciting cover, is it?
Well, look, punk, profit, genius, all covering over the face of, great. Marvelous. This one's a bit better. It's got some spot gloss and stuff. Wicked, which won some of the Oscars this last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
It says there, look, theatrical version and sing along. If you think I'm gonna bloody sing along, you got another bloody.
You never know. You might have all gone shooty Gatwa.
You can bloody sod off with your sing along shit.
You definitely might have gone shooty Gatwa. I can see it.
If you think that I'm gonna be singing, there'll be a rant. There will be a rant.
Did you see that in news? The next season of Doctor Who, they're having an intergalactic song contest. That is how low it's got in one of the scripts. I
haven't frozen. The camera seems to be the camera does seem to be moving, but it's going slow for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah. Oh well.
We'll wait. There we are. It's called. It's catching up now. Look.
Yeah. Right.
Right. Okay. So there's this sort of like Lord of the Rings cartoony thing, but the cover was gorgeous.
All right. Yeah.
So I don't know much about that. And this arrived yesterday. I've waited for this for ages, I've had it on pre-order for what seems like months.
Yeah.
And that's Amadeus.
Oh, great film. Absolutely love it. Love Amadeus.
That's the big box.
Yeah.
And
I must get on Blu-ray.
If I'm not sleeping, I've noticed that I've missed an awful lot of pre-orders. So I've actually gone back over things, and I've ordered things like the Andromeda strain.
Yeah.
What else did I order? I'll have to have a look, to be quite honest.
You said you were going to cut back on someone.
No, but these are ones that I went, oh, well, I would have. I mean, I'd have ordered that just for my collection. You know what I mean? Because that is quite true. I have cut back, and I just bear with me a minute because I can find it. No, there's a better way of doing it than that. Hang on. I won't take up too much time because I know that we haven't got an awful lot.
Yeah.
I go to my orders. Yeah, so there's that. The Species, I've ordered that. The Brutalist, that Anora. Anora.
Anora's good. I like Anora. Yeah.
Yeah. What's that one? Oh, Deep Blue Sea.
Oh yeah, there's a special edition.
I miss Dress to Kill, believe it or not, but
yeah.
I'm not really that bothered about it because the Kina Libra version is quite good. That was released last year, to be quite honest. And the Kina Libra one was 3 discs.
Yeah.
Now I don't know if it's the same transfer. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
So Dress to Kill is sort of like Brian De Palma, like Hitchcock.
Yeah.
It has the only thing that I remember about it was Michael Caine was good in it, but I don't remember too much about the story. So I've got my media book and I'll watch that.
Yeah.
It's 3 discs, like I say. If I can get the Arrow one, great, but I ain't forking out $59.99 eBay scalping prices when you can get I've got a perfectly good media version that I bought a year ago. And so what I would have done, I'd have bought the Arrow one and I'd have sold the Gina Lee, I'd have sold the Libre one, the Kino one.
Yeah.
But I haven't got that choice. So I'm happy that I've still got, at the end of the day, I've still got the film.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have buyer's remorse.
No.
Because I've still what have I lost? There's no special.
No.
There's no special. This one's got 15 seconds more.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
yeah,
I'm just glad I didn't miss the Andromeda strain.
Yeah. Yep.
You know what I mean? So that's it. That's it, matey. And when I've been listening to music, funnily enough, I've been listening to a lot of Heart music by Heart.
I like Heart. The Wilson sisters.
Yeah,
they're really
so
good.
I've been listening to their Bad Animals album, which has got Alone on it.
Yeah.
But I do like Barracuda, and I do like These Dreams, and all of those sort of tracks.
Yeah.
What else have I been listening to? Bit of ELO.
Yeah.
Can't think now. I was listening. Oh, Hazel O'Connor.
Oh yeah.
A tour de force lady, really.
Yeah.
I think that track she did called "Will You" is probably a trump card.
Yeah. Have you got the soundtrack? Breaking Glass. It's on.
Yes,
there,
I have. I've got the film. I've got the film Breaking Glass.
Yes, so
but on DVD only. Unfortunately.
Yeah. No, I've got the Blu-ray, but it's the American. The ending is different, but if you go in the deleted
I hear that there's 2 endings. I do know that
they put in the deleted scenes. They put the ending in. They should have put it all in seamlessly, but anyhow. It's good. It's one I saw quite a bit at cinema. I loved it, and my late wife, she was a big fan. She went to see her in concert a few times and followed her career, but I didn't really after that, really.
She's a bit of a tour de force. I remember her, and I think my sister said that she thought she was too close to Toya Wilcox, which I thought was a bit weird at the time, but they come from the same sort of background, punky sort of like.
I get that.
Background a bit.
But, and also she did acting. She not just because Breaking Glass was obviously kind of designed for her. But after that, she did more acting. And other things. So, that's it.
Yeah, so I've kept it as short as possible. That's pretty much.
It's all right.
I'm so sorry. It's been one of them.
It's
weeks.
All right. I was a bit annoyed with my lateness because this was so slow. My laptop.
Yeah, what's this sodding thing keeping me waiting and me having the time and stuff? Keep people waiting.
I thought,
Some people were saying that. Where's this link coming from? I said, well, it's from up north, so it's being tracked. I think it's going to be here in 2028.
We haven't had the other one yet. Still, I'm waiting.
I'm still waiting for the pigeon to arrive with the bloody link to this stream. You know what I mean?
We haven't got the movie soundtrack moment yet, but I'm sure it'll come. I'm sure it'll come.
The night's
Anyhow,
early.
right, you're right. What have I been watching? Let's see. Actually, I just mentioned something because and you're a big fan as well. It's Doctor Who, but I reviewed
Yes.
this week Time Flight, and it gets a bad press, and it shouldn't do. I really like this, and it's got.
I'll tell you what. The trouble with Time Flight, and everybody knows it really. It's a story. It's a story that needed to be told, but the BBC have got no money.
Yeah, I loved it. That's still what it is.
I think the disappointment for most people back in the time, and this is just my opinion.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, but
this is
anybody who hasn't seen it.
No, the reason that I think it's a disappointment, which is my opinion only. My opinion only is that a couple of years earlier, Douglas Adams did the story set, and it was set in Paris, wasn't it?
Yes, City of Death.
Yes, City of Death. Yeah, right. And that had better special effects. It had an alien sort of it had the planet looking desolate and stuff. When you go back in time, the set seemed worse.
Yeah.
Yet it's the same sort of people that were doing the sets and stuff.
Yeah.
It's almost like, why is the one that's 2 or 3 years ago better than the one that I'm watching now? You've got these weird bubbly effects. They look like somebody's blown bubbles, fairy liquid bubbles at the set or something.
I always say though, and I still say it because it doesn't matter as much to me with Doctor Who special effects in classic Doctor Who because you're kind of used to it, Okay, they did some eras that were a bit better, but some eras there wasn't, and it depended on, they only had such a small budget, so they have to do the best they can. But
I've got a feeling that they gave the same budget but didn't take inflation into consideration every year. So basically they were down something like 50,000 or something every year to make that program.
Yeah. But I've never flown. I've never been in an aeroplane. But if you'd have asked me if there's one aeroplane I would love to have flown in, it would be Concorde. Such a beautiful aeroplane.
It's nice because if you think about it, Patrick Troughton had an airport, a lot of airport scenes in his sort of like nearly his last season.
Yes,
and it's nice that they
faceless ones.
Yeah, it's nice that they've got. It's nice that they've got a later Doctor, therefore, having Concorde, because it means that you've got some of the most iconic planes. In the TV's history in it, you know what I mean?
It's fantastic. I love it.
All they really needed was some like Spitfires or something, and you'd have had all-rounded stuff, but
right.
They didn't do too many stories around World War II, really, or World War
I. Yeah. Now, Mondo on his channel, I noticed, put this film up.
The Hammer stuff. He's going for his Hammer collection, isn't he?
Yeah. Now, I watched this, and I can see exactly where he's coming from. It's perhaps the worst Hammer film I've seen, and Hammer, even whatever they're doing, it's a non-gothic horror. They still produce some brilliant, absolute classics. But this one, I don't know why it just doesn't work. It's trying to be a comedy, and the jokes don't work. It's not funny. It's bad. It's got what's her name? Joyce Grenville's in it. It was this kind of posh. She always played these certain parts and had a comedy. She doesn't fit in it. Robert Morley is just totally wasted. Even Fenella Fielding's the best thing in it. I love Vanilla. She's
Yeah.
great. But
From
even
Carry On Screaming.
yeah,
Jenny Nodders.
even she in this film can't lift it. It's that bad. It really is. What on earth were they thinking? And I never say that with Hammer. It is, honestly, it's the worst Hammer film I've ever seen. Hammer produced film. It's not funny. So there's that one. Now I watched this and absolutely loved it. It is Journey to the Center of the Earth.
Well, yeah.
This is fantastic. Of course, it's got James Mason, so it's bound to be a great film with James Mason in. But it's quite funny because you've got Pat Boone, who was a sort of croony singer, and in that period in time, they often had these singers starring in these films, but thank God that they stopped him virtually singing. He thought he was going to be singing loads of songs, but I think they said, no, we don't want loads of songs, and thank heavens he did.
Is that from the newest box from Tony?
No, it's from the older Tony box, yeah. But it's a great film.
Are you telling me that we've got enough material now to get us to Christmas or something?
Yeah, we're gonna get you. You've got loads to come. Anyhow, but if they're all as good as these films,
I just want to say now that the episode 50 will be my last episode.
he's very jealous.
And, thank you very much for all of your time.
So anyhow, I'm sure you've seen. You must have seen Journey to the Center of the Earth.
I have. I haven't got it in my collection. I haven't got it in my collection, but
and the film I just want to talk about, which also was sent that I watched, and I think this is good. It's by this director who only made 3 films. This was the second one. It's The Sorcerers. The Sorcerers is absolutely.
You know, I've got that.
Yeah. Have you seen it?
Yeah, many. It's been on Legend about 5 times, and I bought it.
Well, there you are. You know how good it is.
I bought it on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
This is the one that we were talking about the other week, where I said that she's mental, the bloody wife.
She's worse than Boris Karloff's character.
And I told you, Ian Ogilvy, who I still think of as being the saint, right?
Yeah.
He had been in a number of horrors because he had been in a couple of those.
Find General after this.
He'd been in a couple of those Amicus ones.
Yeah.
But it's really weird watching him in this because he goes to nightclubs and
it's cool.
He has a fight with his best mate at a garage, and the oil is going everywhere.
And that it's funny, but that woman, she's terrible. That's controlling. She's really
she's a mental case.
She can't wait. She's into everything.
And what makes me laugh is the equipment that this brain stuff.
Yeah.
It looks like it's 50 times worse than a Space 1999 episode that's only got £10 as a budget.
And
you know what I mean?
And also, what about the scene when they're smashing it up? I was thinking, that had to be one take, and they had to do it right. Yeah. Imagine if they'd not done that smashing up, it would have ruined the budget.
But as much as what I said, and we're having a laugh, it's a bloody good film. I can't stop watching the damn thing.
Yeah, I know. And I like the way they said at the end that they set that car on fire right at the end without telling anybody. They just set it off because they didn't want any permission, any problems. And then they went away. They filmed it and off they went, and it was still on fire. I like it. It's a great story. But it's a great film, that. I think I'll say, that's it. But The Sorcerers,
if you've watched more, show it.
No, I think
it's your bloody show.
No, it doesn't matter because we've got, we want to get on. I was a bit late, so let's get on and let's see what we've got. So we'll get into the comments now. So we've got Michael. Hello, Michael. Evening, lads. He says, welcome. He's a great Doctor Who fan, is Michael. Absolutely. And he says, "Hope you're both well. Yeah, we're okay. We're here."
Yeah.
And then he says, "Thoughts on the new third Doctor figure, Ian? Face sculpture looks a lot better and more like John than the original." I've not, to be honest, seen that. Have I? I don't
I
know.
heard
I
that
haven't gone for the Doctor one actually.
I heard that they'd brought out a new third Doctor for the range, but I don't collect them. You see.
Yeah, I've got some, but I haven't got the third Doctor. I couldn't get hold of one at the time.
Well, you
Whether
can
I'm getting,
now.
I might have a look at it. It depends on the reasonable price because I've got all the classic Doctors figures of them, but I had a problem getting hold of the third Doctor one, and it's not very good. The one I've got. So yeah, I might have a look at that. It would complete it. I wouldn't get any new ones though, but they have to be classic Doctors. So thank you, Michael. Anyhow, I'm sure you might. It might be worth getting. I know you collect them, and yeah. Oh yeah, third Doctor, brilliant.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael, for the question at me.
Yeah, it gets very upset. And Tony, hello, Tony. Evening, Ian
hang
and
on a
Del.
minute, Michael, that was a joke. I just want
I've
you to
left
know.
a message on the earlier live link as it's not started broadcasting on there. Yeah, I'm sorry. We had some what they use the word technical problems. It wasn't working, in other words. So we had to do another link. Our Muggins had to do another link.
See,
And,
lying, right? Work for me. I've been here, right?
Yeah.
So,
but
weren't working. What? Yeah, everybody was here waiting. I was here waiting.
We're here. Anyhow, thank you, Tony, for that. Yeah.
I hope he heard, by the way, that last thing that to Michael. I was joking. Right, I was joking.
Yeah,
I wasn't doing this to you, really.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
You should have guessed by now, Michael.
That's just me going. Yeah, right, Ian. Ian, wasn't
it? Yeah. And Jamie's here. Muckman Movies. Good evening, Jumping Jehovah's. All right.
Well, actually, John Pertwee used to say "jumping Jehoshaphat," didn't he?
And then
Jehoshaphat.
and then Outpost 31. Evening, Ian and Del, and all in the chat. Wishing Del's mum a speedy recovery. Well, thank you for putting that in. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And very nice box of movies you sent Ian, mate. Yeah, it was.
Hang on. It should have said very nice box of movies you sent, Ian. You bastard. See, you have to be right about what it says, right? That's what it should have said. No, it's what it should have said. But there you are. Well.
And then Jamie saying, sorry to hear about your mum, Delboy.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, honestly, thank you to everybody that's at least a little bit concerned about my mum. You know, it was scary on Saturday to find her collapsed on the floor. You know, that's the scary part. The scary part now is the future. You know, so there you go. Yeah.
And we've got Charles saying, Ian and Del. Hello, Charles.
Hello, Charles.
And then Jamie says, Anthropoid is such an underrated World War II film. Ian will love that one. Oh, right. World War II.
I'm feeling the Ian love in the room.
World War II, I'm on board. Well, I'm on board anything. History, don't matter. Right. I'm sure I will like that, Jamie. Tony says,
it's got bloody history in it, hasn't it?
Yeah. It says, listeners, I'd much rather let Ian enjoy them than be insulted with a 1p from some crooks from each one, Jamie. Oh, CEX. Yeah, I know what you mean. That's how much they give
you see, what you could put there is, I'd much rather let Delboy enjoy them than be insulted with 1p from some crooks for each one, Jamie. See, that works out better than I'd rather let Ian enjoy them than be insulted with 1p. You see, it's sort of got a nice ring, that Delboy bit, right, in there, doesn't it? You think? Anyway, next.
Yeah, and Si says, evening all. Hello, Si. Welcome,
Hello, Si. Nice to see him here as always.
Yeah. And,
he's our young man on the eye of the cinema.
And that's right. Muck Mahmood says exactly. And then he says, evening Charles, evening Si. And then evening Muckman will be enemies on Sunday. Oh dear. Enemies. Oh, football probably. I think maybe. Oh yeah, here it is. Liverpool 3, Newcastle 1. I'm evening gang. That's Charles. Hello, Charles. Tony Hawk says, Del, they're going to supply an electric hospital bed for my mum, but it never got to that stage. She deteriorated too quickly. Maybe funding cuts have changed things.
We asked about a bed, and they said depending on the type of condition, and it's highly unlikely that your mother meets that criteria because you really need to be nearly far gone to get that.
Yeah, it takes a lot. It takes a hell of a lot. It took us months and months.
So she told us the most that you can hope for is a carer that will be supplied for up to 8 weeks, I think they said, 4 times a day. And what was the other thing? A commode and a Zimmer frame.
Yeah.
That's the most you can probably hope for.
You get commodes easy. They get them easy. Yeah.
I said, what? No, I didn't say it, but I could have, in my head, I was going, what, you expected a shit in a bowl or something? What? I hope you are going to supply a bloody commode. I mean, crying out loud. Can you supply some rubber sheets and things as well? You know what I mean? You know, because it's going to cost me a fortune in all this sort of stuff.
Yeah, they should supply some rubber sheets. Yeah.
Well, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
Yeah. I'll take that result outpost. The worst thing that could happen happened yesterday. PSG knocked out Liverpool. Liverpool will be angry. They're going to batter us. Oh dear. They lost in Europe then, Liverpool. Oh dear. After last night, let's hope so.
Yeah, you have 2 rounds, Ian. I'm not sure if it's the second round.
Yeah, I haven't been following. I don't follow Europe. When you're in Championship, you don't tend to follow Europe much.
Yeah, the only battering I know is when you've got nice bit of cod, really. But there you go.
Oh yeah. Oh God, lovely. But
yeah. By the way, the big question is, has the takeaway arrived yet?
Oh, I don't know. It hasn't, has it? Anyhow, I haven't seen myself. I'm still working. It may have finished work now, so I don't know.
Tell him to sod off.
Yeah,
we've started the stream. All right.
Yeah. I want rid of Nunes. Would love to try and get Kuna in from Wolves.
That's names of players.
I think Man United manager Nunes or whatever. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know.
You know, I mean,
yeah. Football. Okay, I'm out of here. Laugh out loud. Steve Gave says Kuna is a superstar. Oh, right. I don't know. Tony says, yes, Del, remember to claim attendance allowance. Yeah, we could get it before she had physical problems. We got it because of her mental health trouble.
Yeah, my sister's looking into all of this.
Yeah. I read that they are, I noticed mental health is what they consider a way of squeezing out, not giving they're going to try and not give as much of these benefits out. I think it's terrible. I think it's scandalous, absolutely scandalous. People should be entitled to these benefits that have got health problems. But, hopefully that won't happen. But I think mental health is one that they could pick off, definitely. And it's not right, totally right. Anyhow, I won't rant away, but I could easily rant. Right. So it's just not coming. I'm clicking the comment here.
No, it's because you're frozen.
100% agree, Muckman. None of this is too much of a. It's come on. There's something strange happening on this.
Yeah, it's the internet.
It's come up now.
Yeah. I think it's probably StreamYard.
It must be my laptop.
It might be StreamYard servers. I don't know.
Yeah, because I put a comment on your thing and it just went, and I keep thinking
that's a different reason. That's a different reason.
Yeah, this laptop. I don't trust my laptop now. I'm paranoid about my laptop. We Bob out. Just finished Landman with Billy Bob Thornton. He's an interesting actor, I always think. Demi Moore, Ali Larter, about oil wells in Texas. Really good TV series. No spoilers from me, but give it a watch. Oh, so that's Landman.
This is one that this is one that Denny and Mainmeister were raving about at the time. We Bob Arts just got round to watching it. And to be quite honest, I need to also get round to it. It's just one of those things where there's so much going on. There's not that many episodes. You can easily get caught up. I think it's on Prime. I'm not sure.
Right.
Can't remember. So yeah, it's definitely it's sort of like Clarkson, but with Billy Bob Thornton.
Yeah. Billy Bob Thornton for me is in Sling Blade. What a film! If anybody wants to watch something that's really different from him, the performance, that film Sling Blade, amazing film, absolutely amazing performance. He should have won an Oscar or something for it. It was such a great performance. Check it out, anybody. Sling Blade.
Yeah.
Sai says, I'll stop talking about football. Arsenal are interested in Kuna apparently again, that one. What's your backdrop, Delboy?
I've got a bloody backdrop. What are you on about?
That would be on with a camera, a film camera, I presume.
It's an old style projector. You should recognize it. You probably saw them back in the day. You know what I mean?
I've just ordered that Gene Ackman box set from Imprint. Hoping it arrives in the next couple.
It was out of stock
days.
when I looked. It was out of stock when I looked.
Was it? Well, it would be, I suppose. It would be.
Yeah, but Muckman bought the last one, the bastard.
Yeah. I prefer.
I get all these lovely sort of like suggestions, and then when I go and look, they're all gone.
No, gone.
Because I'm sort of like the last one to be told. I think down the chain.
Yeah,
I don't mind. I'm getting used to it now.
Yeah. I prefer anthropoid to man with iron art, Jamie. Iron art focuses more on Heydrich. Oh, that sounds Nazi things. Had anyone been to see Marching Powder or Mickey 17? It was supposed to be, but I'm just getting over the norovirus. Worst 8 days of my life. Oh, well, I'm glad you're getting over it, but I've heard that mentioned, this norovirus.
The norovirus was that it was that thing that happened even before COVID, where you were sick and you had diarrhea at the same time. In fact, you could actually even be sick and have stuff coming out the other end at the same time.
No.
Really horrible. I remember it affected one Christmas. It was all over the news. It's a terrible, terrible thing.
Yeah, so it's terrible that he's had it, Si, but he's
Well,
getting
yeah.
over it, but slowly. It sounds devastating.
But I've
Yeah.
heard mixed
Oh,
things about this
yeah.
Mickey 17 since I saw Playtendo guys sort of
Yeah.
like a little banner about it.
Yeah.
But I still want to see it.
Yeah.
And it was Jim Jam. It was Jim Jam that went to go and see Marching Powder.
That's right. Yeah. Personally, I didn't fancy. I don't like that Danny Dyer that much, to be honest. It puts me off. He's not somebody. And it, from what I see, it sounded a bit sort of like his other kind of films. but it's. I have heard people. He liked it, didn't he? I think he had quite a lot of good, favourable things to say about it. The Jim Jam. So if you like that kind of film, it obviously does its job.
Yeah.
Seymour says, Ian and Delboy and everyone in the chat, have you seen Night Game starring Roy Schneider, Lane Smith, Karen Young, and Richard Bradford? It's a very good slasher if you haven't seen it.
I saw that a long time ago.
Sounds good.
I saw that a long time ago. I remember Lane Smith. I remember Lane Smith in it.
Oh yeah. That's a good cast. Yeah, I'm sure I would enjoy that, definitely, with that cast. Fantastic cast. Jamie says, I saw Mickey 17 on Sunday. I loved it. Oh, so that's a positive there.
I like it when I hear that McMahon likes a film.
And Outpost 31 watched Honoria. He was very underwhelmed by it. Yeah, there has been people who don't like it, are not impressed with it. I enjoyed it, but Richard Tony says Richard Bradford was in Man in a Suitcase, Stephen. Yeah, I know. I can't wait to get watching that. Yeah, it's a nice network release. Si says, cool, McMahon. I'm probably going next week now. That'll be the film mentioned. Mickey 17 is a proper satire that has a big dig at Trump and his billionaire cronies. Oh, that sounds good, positive. Anything that has a go at Trump. Seymour says, Tony, yes, Tony, sorry, I mentioned that. Bong Joon-ho has tackled all the themes before, but he combines them all in one in Mickey 17. Very good. Yeah. That was a laugh watching Trump trying to flog Telsers with his friend Musk guiding him. Oh dear. It was behaving like a prat.
He was trying to flog Tesla cars.
Yeah. Stupid.
And it sort of all backfired a bit.
Well, it would. Everything he does backfires. Yeah.
By the way, did you get the joke? Backfire cars.
Yeah.
It's all right. I just thought I'd mention it because a lot of people don't seem to get the humor,
Yeah. So, sorry, saying, he's saying, hi, Stephen, McMahon. So I said, have you heard Hart's live performance of Stairway to Heaven? It's absolutely stunning. Yeah, I've seen it on YouTube.
I've seen a lot of YouTube with their concerts and stuff.
Yeah.
And
I've
seen them talk about they're into the Rock and Roll Hall of Academy when they were going in, where they were talking about the early days and how the band got together and how sort of like Barracuda shot them up, and then how the band changed with the background because it was always the sisters, but the background changed, in regards to the guitarist, the drummers, and all of that sort of stuff. I'll never forget the first time I heard Alone. I just thought, wow, what a voice. I hadn't heard a voice like that since Karen Carpenter. I thought, Jesus Christ. Now there's a voice. And that's what made me go and look, really, at the back catalogue. So that was back in 1980. Oh, Christ, what was that? 84, 85, was it? When it first came out, that Alone track? Something. I can't quite remember what year it was. But yeah,
I was into them before that though with Dreamboat Annie. That's when I first saw them on Old Grey Whistle Test.
yeah, but I wasn't into
That would
that
be
type of
about
music. You see, I wasn't into that type of music at the time.
1976. But it's the music changed because if you look at Dreamboat Annie, I think it's a bit more. It's very 70s, whereas Alone is much more 80s in its style and that. But they were more of a just a straightforward band with these.
Dreamboat Annie, is that the one? Is that the one
That's the
where?
first album.
Is that the one where they got big ears and they draw him in black and white, and then sort of like they changed his name and they gave his name Mickey then, didn't they? And oh no, that's Dream. That's the boat Mickey, isn't it? The very first cartoon. Sorry, I was getting them mixed up. You see,
anybody. Dreamboat Annie is a really good album of the 70s. It is a fantastic album. I recommend that one totally. If you're going to pick classic albums, Dreamboat Annie would be in it. They're much more of a grittier rocker kind of band, but you still have that melody. The melodies still
I was
there.
the one who
They're
bloody
heavier,
mentioned it. I was the one
as
who
well
mentioned
as with
it.
lighter stuff. But I've gone in. Yeah. It's a classic album.
How come you've taken over something that I started off at the bloody beginning?
Yeah,
that everybody was supposed to be that everybody was supposed to be surprised about, to say, "Oh, Delboy's listening to some metal for once." Bloody hell, what's going on, right?
He hasn't mentioned that name.
You took over with all your first bloody album nonsense.
He hadn't mentioned it yet, so I'm not going to say no. So, are we going to get through a whole few hours without him mentioning somebody?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Anyhow, let's have a look. What we got here? They're just saying hi amongst themselves. Stephen says, and then Charles says, Ian, have you watched any episodes of the new series Doctor Who? I haven't. Not missing it at all. I am. I mean, the last thing I saw of Doctor Who, I did watch that Christmas special for my sins, and it was virtually unwatchable. It was awful. I don't know even why I wasted my time. Really, it was terrible. It's the new series.
It was a good idea, badly.
Yeah, this Time Hotel. At one time, you thought, that sounds a good idea.
I like the idea, right? I like the idea of stories that you always wonder to yourself, like, why is it that there's always a door in a hotel that bloody goes nowhere, right? That's an interesting concept. If you don't implement it well, though, it's a waste of bloody time.
And you don't have somebody crying and singing. It might actually.
That's where it comes down to into that implementation. I'm saying that's a bloody interesting concept. That's an interesting concept, that door theory. You know what I mean? Every stately home's got some sort of door that goes nowhere.
The ending, even though it was written by Stephen Moffat, the ending even was predictable. You knew this character was what happened to her. It's got so bad you could predict it, and
she wasn't going to survive. I can tell you that.
Yeah, exactly. And you knew it'd be this thing with Star. It was all there. It's that's how bad it's become. Even Stephen Moffat was a good writer, but even he's been thrown into all this nonsense now. It's just
the speculation. I don't know if you know about this. The speculation at the moment, because Russell T Davies went on David Tennant's podcast apparently.
Oh, right. Has he said he's going yet?
He brought up the subject of showrunner, and he said that he'd never become another showrunner again. I think Russell T Davies said, I think they're looking for a new showrunner. That's an indication to me. That's an indication to me that at least Disney have kept the options open of maybe continuing it, but getting rid of the showrunner. I think it ought to be sort of like just rested for a year.
Yeah, I do. I'd give it at least 5 years.
And think about this for a moment. Think about this for a moment. You've got a lot of loyal technicians that have been hanging about waiting for it to come back.
I know. Yeah.
And they've not taken up other technical roles because it takes up an awful lot of time to make the sets and everything like that. And here's us turning around and saying, "Yeah, rest it for a year. Yes, rest it for a year." They've already been out of work now for about 9 months because they should have been filming about 3 months ago.
Yeah.
And we're saying to them, "Yeah, can you hang on for another 9 months while you just rest it a little while you?" I mean, we shouldn't be doing that.
No, I understand that, but it's going to end up being cancelled anyhow. So it's not going to last as long as it did before. No, anyhow, we're going on to Doctor Who, which we could talk about for a long time. We've seen that one. I've made us. Jamie says Trump is a effing moron. His tariff debacle has wiped £4,000 off my pension. Bloody hell, I'm sorry about that. In the last week, he's affecting everyone around the world. The bleeding narcissist. God, I hope that I haven't looked at my things. I hope that hasn't affected me.
Yeah, but it's to do with it all depends on whether your pension is on the stock exchange link, which most are.
So, I hope not.
It had done a little bit to mine, but I've got a government one.
Yeah, well, I've got I'll have the government one, but I've got the private one.
Yeah,
but
no. I mean, I've got a government private plus a state.
Oh yes, I get you. Yeah.
But I've also got a Lloyd's Bank one, and the Lloyd's Bank one did lose. That I've already been told that.
Oh, I hope mine hasn't. Oh dear,
the thing about it is it will recover.
Yeah.
It's just that he's playing around with tariffs and he's just pissing about.
Yeah,
with the whole world economy. It's almost like he's playing a game of Risk or something, the board game.
Yeah,
and he just thinks to himself, everything will be okay. But no, you're not playing a board game. You're playing with real lives, mate.
And Canada, they're getting it, aren't they?
Oh, and Mexico, and
he wanted to take Canada over. How stupid can you get? Stupid. Yeah. Dumber than dumb. Tony says, started on the season 7 Doctor Who set, halfway through Ambassadors of Death. Oh yeah, I know it's your favorite.
Which a lot of people think is the weakest of the stories. I think on there, which is a shame because it's not a bad story at all, really. No. Ambassadors of Death.
Yeah. Tony's a big Pertwee fan, and that one's his favorite season.
It's got the bloke from Crossroads in it.
Oh,
right.
And then Tony says, won't affect him, Jamie, although I'm not sure he's down to his last few billion, poor man.
Listen,
he's got loads of money.
He bankrupt a casino in Vegas. That's how bad he is.
Yeah, he has been.
If you can actually go bankrupt in Vegas owning a casino, you've got to
be hopeless.
That's all I got to say.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
That's like turning around and opening a brothel for virgins and then having it go bankrupt, right? I mean, for God's sake. Right.
Delboy's backdrop is hilarious. If he positions his head right, it looks like the light is going one ear and out of the other. Actually, you're right. Yeah.
There you
go. There we are. Adding some entertainment. He's turn today. Yeah.
I like to help people out. I don't mind a joke at me. Not a problem.
Nice one, Delboy. There we are. Tony Hawk, I have all the back catalogue of Doctor Who, but not the new series. It's terrible. Well, you wouldn't. It is. Simons, Ian, make sure you keep installing your updates on your laptop and remove unnecessary programs and files. Thank you. Yeah, I haven't actually updated it for ages. That's probably why it took.
Well, actually,
so
no.
long.
I've got another suggestion because Stephen's quite correct. But what I would do is, on top of what he's just said, I would also make it so that the updates are downloaded outside of work hours. So you could actually state, don't do it between 8 o'clock and midnight on a Wednesday, so that basically it doesn't interrupt when you because when you turn the machine on, it regardless, it will download what you missed. And if you set it to say don't do updates between 8 in the morning and 6 at night, and you turn your machine on at 7, it'll download them instantly. Boom! You can't stop them. You used to be able to put a hold on things. You can actually go to Windows Update and say hold off for a week or a month. You can hold back on a month, but then it'll download them, and that's because when
am I likely to get the
Microsoft don't want you to get viruses, so they basically force it now.
When am I likely to get the next update then? Will it be in another month?
Updates are every Tuesday. Every Tuesday. It's called Update Tuesday for a reason. It's every week. Every Tuesday.
Is it? Oh, and of course, Wednesday being, we get them. Yeah. Anyhow, I'll move on from that. Let's have a look.
I know this because I'm an IT administrator.
Thank you, Stephen. Yeah. And I've got Delboy advising me as well. He tells me.
I'm an IT administrator, for God's sake. Go on.
Yeah. He knows what he's on about. I don't. I'm as thick as so-and-so. Tony says, Charles, I have all the Doctor Who on DVD, most of second and quite a few of the others, but only the third Doctor Who Blu-ray sets. As you can tell, he's my favourite. Yeah, I know, Tony. He's massively your favorite.
Wow. I mean, he was such a big influence to an awful lot.
He was
being as the first Doctor in color, and
and he brought the audiences in. That's what.
What did he do? Was it 5 years he played it for? Wasn't it 5 years?
Yeah, 70 to 74.
Yes, but they call it 5 years because he started filming in 69. So they said he did five years.
Whatever we say to him, we've got to be grateful to him because he brought back the audiences. He kept Doctor Who alive. It could easily have been cancelled.
Yeah, Patrick Trout reignited the fact of regeneration. So basically, we wouldn't have Doctor Who going for 60 plus years if it weren't for the fact that the writers incorporated something where a show could continue and you didn't have to worry about the main star. So you got to turn around and give Patrick Troughton like a huge kudos. And then you can't take away John Pertwee with his 5 years in color.
Exactly. The color bit was very important because color TV.
And then Tom Baker's sort of like.
The longest. I know it was a long time.
Well, it is the longest, but for me, it's because of his voice, really, more than his looks. I think his voice just sounds authoritative. You know what I mean? It's like he's got that deep sort of like Shakespearean. Well, not Shakespearean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But to be fair to Tom Baker, the writing standard of some of the stories was excellent. He had some great stories, absolutely wonderful. For all the ones that are not as good, there's far more better stories than the weaker ones. There's really one season which is perhaps a bit weak, but even that comes back. It got too silly, but he just needed reining in.
Anyhow, that's right.
Go on. I just
the longer he was in the role, the more he felt it was his own, and then he decided that isn't something that I would say. I think the lines blurred in between what was reality and what is a character.
And to be fair, for all the stick that Jonathan Nathan Turner gets, he came in. And he stood up to Tom Baker. He stood up to him. And he wouldn't put up. And that last season of Tom Baker is excellent. It's a great season, after some of the previous ones. So got a lot.
Well, I'll tell you what, the makeup is inspired with that cactus, with all the pins sticking out of his face. I mean, Christ,
Yeah.
that looked like film. That looked like film makeup.
Yeah,
You know
that's what I mean.
Incredible.
Yeah. Right. I watched Guns at Batty this week. Richard Attenborough is incredible in it. Story was a bit white, like though. Anything with Richard Attenborough is going to be good, always. I haven't seen that one. I wonder if that's on one of those indicator releases.
Yeah, I like him. I really like it when he sort of like goes to the jungles and sees all the apes and stuff, and then it's really good, isn't it? When he's talking about the planet and he goes underwater and sees all those lovely fish and all that sort of stuff. I mean, he really is good, isn't he?
What can you do?
What? What are you on about?
Yeah. I think you got the
Richard Attenborough. Sorry, I thought it was David. I thought it was Dave. I thought it was David Attenborough you were talking about. I'm sorry.
Yes. Oh, the joke. We got the joke. Yeah. I was it. Crikey, we've been an hour. So and so. Fantastic. We haven't had a mention yet of you know what. It's fantastic. We've done it. Yeah. Is anybody still taking bets? Is it going to come that moment? Yeah.
No, you keep bloody mentioning it. So how am I supposed to bloody get it in?
Mind you, it could be two moments. There could be on about two different things because there's two things that you normally do. Yeah. Anyhow, let's get on. Right. So we've got Ian. What is your favorite fight sequence in the two Raid films? Blooming.
Yeah, I'll go and sit in this corner while Ian gets all the questions. It's all right. Go on. Yeah, it's all right.
Oh, God.
I'm not here.
I don't know.
Right.
I'll be honest. It just all went together, and I can't specifically remember particular. I just enjoyed it, and I can't particularly put down to so many. I mean, it was incredible what he did to get out of that place. All those people coming at him. There's so many. I'm sorry, Jamie. I can't say a particular one. I just enjoyed it. I just went with it, Yeah. And so I better go on to the next question, but thank you for asking that. I did enjoy it. That's a great one, Jamie. I always enjoy Richard Attenborough, of course. Brilliant actor. Simos, I only like Doctor Who from William Arnold to Peter Capaldi. Anything after that is awful. A lot of people would agree with you on that one, Stephen. Tony says, I'm glad I'm not the only one who doesn't like that hammer, Ian. Joyce Grenfell is good in the Centurion film. So, yeah, that's it. She is good in that Centurion. But the film, it just didn't work, did it? It just doesn't work. It's not funny. Sai says, I watched a cool Grindhouse film from 1972 today. Prime Cut. Stars Lee Marvin and Gene Hackman. Have any of you seen it? Quite a long time ago, I did it.
Remember, I talked about it last week.
Yeah,
where he talked about a film that he thought was very underrated, but it was probably because of his Oscar performance in The French Connection.
Yeah.
Because it was the same
Lee
year.
Marvin's interesting casting, yeah. Tony says, I had the Sorcerers in an old setting and managed to get the new 88 release. Boris's wife is crazy.
That must be the one that I've got, the Sorcerers in. It's the one with the painted art. Remember, I showed you the painted slip that was with it. It was gorgeous.
Yeah. She is an absolute nut, isn't she?
She's bonkers.
She's just.
She drove me potty when I was looking at her. Going, you cow.
Yeah, I bet she enjoyed playing that part. And I bet
yeah.
he enjoyed working with her, I'm sure, because he was such a deal. Everybody says how good they love Boris Karloff, but I bet she enjoyed that with the way she was. Right. Thank you, Eddie. I loved it, Tony, the film. Charles Doctor Who, 65 pence was spent on each episode. A great job, I think. Love the washing up bottle rockets.
65 pence.
As much as that.
They made an episode and still had enough money for a bag of chips for the bloody technician. 65 pence.
That's right. Though not nowadays. God, you need a bank loan to get a bag of chips.
I was going to say that those were the days, weren't they, Ian?
Yeah. Hey, when we got scraps, you could ask for scraps to go with your chips, and only a penny. That's it. Brilliant. Tony says, that's a good name. Prime Cut. Gene Hackman is one evil so-and-so in that.
Which goes back to my question last week, which I said was, do you think Gene Hackman was best sort of like when he was in those hard, dark roles, where I turned around and said, The Quick and the Dead is just so good because it has that opening statement, to the town of redemption, where he says he only lets people see the sunset because he allows them to see it.
Yes,
in Crimson Tide, he says to Denzel Washington, I'm glad to have you on board. And he says, I'm glad you selected me. He said, well, it was a very short list of people that I was going to choose. I mean, it was a very nasty piece of work. He has to have some sort of like down line for someone, to make him feel small,
Yeah.
And I think he relished those roles because I think he knew that when you play the villain, you've got the best role in the whole of the film because you could just go with it. I mean, it really is.
Yeah. I think you ask a lot of actors, they want to play the villain, don't they?
Yeah, they have the most
love
fun
to play the villain.
They have the most fun.
Yeah. It's like, I'm sure Tom Cruise wants to play the villain. There's only that one film that I've seen him when he's a baddie, isn't it? It's Collateral.
Yeah.
When he's been driven around. It's the only film that he's a baddie, isn't it? They won't cast him as anything else. Oh, dear. And then we've got Cy saying, it was first time watch for me. I really enjoyed it. That's good.
Yeah.
Stephen Wells says, I just got Smile to The Last Voyage of the Demeter, Venom 3, Gladiator 2, Heretics, Megalopolis on Blu-ray, and pre-ordered The Substance. Craven the Hunter, Nosferatu, The Monkey, Flight Risk, and Wolfman. Wow, that is a massive list. I must get my copy. I think probably at end of week when I get some money. So
let's see. I've got Smile 2, got Venom 3, got Gladiator 2. I've ordered Heretic. Megalopolis came last week.
Gotta get Heretic.
Substance I've ordered. Craven the Hunter I've ordered. Nosferatu hasn't. I don't think that. I think that's still pre-order. I haven't got that yet.
Yeah.
The Monkey I've ordered. Flight Risk I haven't, or I don't know too much about. Wolfman,
I downloaded it. I don't think I'd bother with it anymore. But it was okay. It's not a bad film. It's just you can watch it again.
Well, I sent you that film. I sent you that film Carry On, didn't I? Which was set in an airport.
Yeah, that kind of film. It's like that sort of. Yeah.
Wolfman, I was thinking that Sid James had been resurrected, but actually it was talking about Carry On luggage, wasn't it? I mean,
that's right, Sid James. Wolfman, I don't know.
I think the sequel is set in a restaurant and it's called Curry On.
Yeah, actually, I meant to ask you, but
I said a joke then. Curry On, you see, it's a restaurant.
Sometimes I ought to have a thing that I can press where everybody groans and pretend that you didn't say that's such a bad joke. Oh, Curry On, please.
I'm trying to make you bloody laugh, and you just make it sound like I haven't heard me.
Curry On. Oh dear. Oh, what can I say? I don't know what
Yeah,
to do.
curry on at your convenience.
Yeah, oh, you would. You certainly would. In that you'd be going all the blooming time with that curry.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be able to stop. Uh, I don't like curry much. I don't. Well, I don't like it at
No,
all. Really,
no.
I'm not a fan.
I prefer Dixon's, but they went
Yeah.
bust, didn't they? So then we had to go to Rumbelows, and then they went bust.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Rumbelows.
You mean the food? Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. No, you don't like a curry either, do you? I don't think.
No.
No, you like
Only because of my most curries, and this is something that is partially my fault. But most curries have got an onion base sauce, like Chinese have got an onion base sauce.
Yeah,
and I'm allergic to onions.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult for me when that happens, but then again I can go and have an Indian, because they do things like tandoori chicken or something, which is just chicken with a hot spice put into it. There's nothing really that you can go wrong with that. But if you do sauces with onions and stuff like that, I'm in trouble. So, what are you laughing at? It ain't funny. I'd love a curry.
Never hurry a curry.
Never hurry a curry. Yeah,
just don't bother. Just don't bother. Right. Oh yeah, this is having a laugh here now. Tony says, Ian, send Del the Hammer film you didn't like. There you are.
That's not nice, is it?
Really?
Yeah. So Tony sends you films that he don't like, and then you send filter down the stuff that you don't like, which means for two people didn't like it before I get it.
Yeah, and then you can filter it on and say how bad it is, and
then I won't be able to get rid of it because the charity shops won't even accept
it. They'll have a blacklist of films that they don't take.
I ain't having that. And the charity shops will be saying, I ain't having that. That's the two that Tony and Ian rejected, so I ain't having it. And I'll be stuck with it.
Yeah.
Well, thanks very much. I thought I was liked. At last, I thought I'd found a channel that I thought people liked me in. And how wrong could I be? Well, thanks very much, guys. Cheers.
You're welcome for that. Yeah. Oh dear. I used to have the Doctor Who figure box set where you get William Arnold to Matt Smith. Oh, you had the whole lot. That's a nice box set, that was. Very nice, yeah. And then we've got Josh with Through the Lens. Hey lads, how's it going? Oh, your mum is doing okay, Del.
Thanks very much. He sent a nice comment as well on my little, because I did a sort of blog, sort of 3.1. I thought that was quite ingenious, really. It's like it's not the next blog, but it's 0.1. It's added on.
And then he says Arnold. Yeah, we know it's Arnold. Steve says, besides movies and music, I've been collecting the Universal Monster NECA figures. There's some released in April. The Invisible Man in his smoking jacket looks good. I haven't seen those figures, but I bet they're good.
No, the NECA figures are very good.
Yeah.
I wonder, Stephen, are you interested in, after you've got all of the sort of like little figures like that, are you interested in getting sort of like the model kits that you made? They made some model kits in the 70s, didn't they? Where you painted them, you glued them together, and they had their own base, and they were all Universal monsters and all of that sort of stuff. They were famous TV shows. They were done by, I forgot what the company was called, but they did Spider-Man figures at first. They did Marvel figures and DC figures. What were they called? It'll come back to me anyway. But I'm just interested to know, are you thinking about going into that era? Because that's they what happened was when the company went bust, they gave the molds to another company, and they're making them even now.
Oh.
So you can have a 1970s model kit, but done with plastic of now, if you see what I mean. And they haven't changed the molds at all. So, and there's Dracula there and Frankenstein and all of those. Brilliant.
Do you know, I was no good at model kits. I'm no good at building, but I always loved the illustrations that they put on the front of model kits. I could just collect model kits for the illustrations. There were some brilliant illustrations.
Well, I'll tell you the biggest demise of the model kit for these ones that I've just been talking about is that as 3D printers become cheaper and cheaper, you can now go online and download the schematics of these snap together model kits, and you can print them yourself.
Yeah.
So you print out all of the sheet, because you used to snap them off of that big long piece of plastic, didn't you? You used to get a razor and you were supposed to cut them off. Well, now you can just print that off and you can make your own kit. Wow. Exactly the same dimensions because 3D printers now are so cheap. So,
I've heard a lot about 3D printers, but
Stephen's opened my eyes. Steve's gaming. Yeah. He's got one. His wife's got one. I went, how's your wife got a bloody 3D printer? I mean, you're 84, for God's sake, man. I mean, how the hell do you understand how to 3D print? When I'm with a duffer every Wednesday who doesn't even know how the remote works on the telly, right? How's that work out?
I've got a duffer. Like you're such a way with words. An old duffer. Thank you very much.
Well, you can't even work the remote out, and he's got a 3D printer. There's something going on here.
Old duffer. Thank you. You're a real flatterer, aren't you? Oh yeah.
Hey, I passed the love around.
I bought a great model of Emperor Davos.
Oh wow!
Of the Daleks, $12.99 at B&M Bargains. Oh, B&M shops.
Yeah, the B&M shops. Yeah,
that's good, isn't it? That's pretty good. $12.99. Yeah,
I think that's a bargain.
Yeah. And of course, it's got to be the proper Davros, which is from the Remembrance of the Daleks, not this Russell T nonsense that he's trying to introduce. How stupid can you get?
Yeah.
I could go to a rant there. Tony, watch William Tell. 2024. The Swiss version of Robin Hood. Not bad, but not brilliant. So there's I presume, is that on a streaming or is it an actual cinema release?
I haven't seen that. I didn't. William Tell. I didn't even know there was one.
2024. So last year. Oh. And that'll be the one where he's in the white casing, Charles, and the top opens to reveal him. Right.
Yeah.
Weeboat says, I got Landman through other means. Not seen Sling Blade with Billy Bob Thornton. We'll keep an eye out for it. Yeah, it's his performance. It's all about him.
No, that is a good one, Sling Blade. I've seen it.
Yeah. He plays this character who's I don't know how to describe him, but I don't know. I suppose nowadays we'd say he's got learning difficulties, and he's just brilliant piece of acting. You just sit there and think, wow, absolutely wonderful. Right. So Billy Bob Thornton won the best original screenplay. Oh, he did the screenplay for Sling Blade. I don't think that he was nominated for his performance, though. Wow, he's talented.
I didn't know he was involved in the screenplay.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Wow.
Most actors get executive producer roles, but they don't really tell them that they co-wrote the script, or whatever.
I've got it on Blu-ray. I did manage to get it a while ago.
I've only seen it. I haven't got it.
A long time ago. I got it. I don't. It could even be out of print now. I don't know because things go
Probably
out of
is.
print. Yeah.
Did you see that article this week about Warner Brothers are going to give people with the disc rot
Oh
on
yes. Yeah.
DVDs between 2006 and
That's really good.
2008
Isn't
a
that good?
replacement, but
Yeah.
they've actually put a caveat on it saying if the film is out of print and we ain't got it, then you'll have a different
Yeah.
film.
Yes. Yeah.
But at least they acknowledged that between
It
those
is. Yeah.
years they shipped their
Yeah.
manufacturing.
It was the yeah, because a lot of people, I think, these internet people who get all worked up about things quickly were jumping on saying, "Oh, this proves," but it was just that particular factory that produced
Yeah,
them.
it's a
Not a
particular
big thing, is
factory.
it? In that sense. Yeah, they were trying to make all discs. Everybody be panicking and looking at your disc.
They're also only acknowledging DVDs.
Yes, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, this is Charles says, Del, I know what you're going through. My bed has been downstairs for past 12 years because of my disabilities. Yeah, it's getting it downstairs and getting one. They don't like giving them out, do they?
I mean,
You can get them.
I will be tired at
Yeah.
midnight, but I've got to do something because in the morning
Yeah.
I'll be at work again.
Yeah.
And I've got to show something to the occupational health people that I've done something. So
that's Jamie, I'll try and get through a bit quicker. I told you last week, Delboy, I said there was one left.
No,
Gene Ackman.
This is the thing. I looked in the
Yeah.
morning the following day and it was 0. I couldn't do it at night. We had a little chat, didn't we, at the end of last week, and I had to go to bed then. It was like very late.
Yeah.
And I checked in the morning and it said 0 stock, said no stock.
Yeah.
Because I did look.
Right.
That was, but it doesn't matter because I mean, at the end of the day, I do know that these things will come up again, or it'll show up on eBay or something, and it'll be round about the same price. And I'm not going to have buyer's remorse over it. It was just what a shame because I do like I was into my Gene Hackman in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah,
I was really happy that McMahon told me about it because it's like, oh, that made me feel like part of the gang.
Yes,
do you know what I mean? Where I'm involved, somebody's looking out for me to.
Yeah,
all of that
that's good.
So yeah.
Charles says, yes, Tony, the same model.
So I just want to say, McMahon did everything he could to tell me it was my fault. That's what I'm trying to get across, if you see what
I mean. Outpost 31 says, any Severance fans in the chat?
Well, Severance is a film and a TV series.
Is that a TV series now?
Severance is set in a sort of like business environment, sort of like a dynasty.
Oh, right.
It's on Sky.
Right.
It's got a really big. It's on Sky Atlantic. It's got a really big following. I watched the first season and a bit of the second season. The person who plays the lead of this big company almost died at the end of the first season. I was quite engrossed in it. But I think something happened to stop me watching it past season 2. I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
But it's got a fantastic following. Don't get me wrong, Ian. I think you'd enjoy it. It's
yeah.
Oh, it's got a fantastic following, that show. Oh yeah. They reckon it's bigger than Game of Thrones, which has got a 99%.
I know that has.
I mean, it's got a 99. It's got a like a 99% gold award on just about every
it's up on every award. Yeah. Jamie says, agree about Sling Blade. Billy Bob was excellent in it. Yeah, it certainly is. Severance TV show or film.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, there you are. We Bob still working through Severance season 2. Always. Side Severance TV show outpost says. Outpost 37. I've got the show on my watch list. Yeah. Great series. Gives your brain a good workout. Very cerebral. I think, well, I need that. Is Christopher Walken in it? Is he?
No. Oh, I don't know.
No, I don't know.
I don't think so.
Severance. No. He sure is. Outpost 31 says.
I can't remember him.
That's why it'd be popular.
Do you remember I saw the first season and part of the second?
Simon says I need to watch it soon.
What I remember is the internal fighting between the families. You know, because they're always trying to say the sister is like should be in a mental hospital or something, and all of this sort of stuff, and that she can't run the company and all of this sort of stuff. It's like that's what I remember of it.
It's interesting that an actor like Christopher Walken, like a lot of them now, are going into TV series, aren't they? They're doing these series as it's good. Actually, he did one with at BBC, didn't he, Christopher Walken? I forgot what it was called. A series he popped in, so he must like doing TV. Like I said, Christopher Walken, superb actor. So Outpost 31 said, I always feel that Nicolas Cage is trying to be Christopher Walken, but he fails miserably. That's an interesting way of putting it.
What? I've never thought about that, but you're quite right. He probably is trying to be Christopher Walken, but he ain't got the class.
Steve Mull says, I watched a good film on YouTube called Bridge Across the Time, also known as Terror at London Bridge.
Oh, Christ, yeah.
Starred David Hasselhoff. You just said that brought down the film straight away. Stephanie Kramer and Randolph Mantooth. Oh, what a name. It's a Jack the Ripper story. Oh,
it really is awful.
Is it? Yeah. I've never heard. Is that his real name, though? Randolph Mantooth. What a name! That can't be real.
It's an atrocious. It was set. I think David Hasselhoff was in a lot of these types of movies. He was in a Captain America film, right? Where he was Nick Fury or something. Right?
Oh no!
He's bloody awful because he just all the time plays he just all the time plays the same role that he's in Knight Rider all the time. He was all I remember about that film was him running across London Bridge a lot in that Jack the Ripper film. It really was. It is awful.
Oh, you froze then.
Oh, sorry. Am I okay now?
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, you're all right now. Yeah, it just froze. Yeah. Let's see. The next one. Tony says, watch Del Toro's Pan's Labyrinth. Found it even better than Devil's Backbone. Unusual setting in post-Civil War Spain at the time of World War II, combined with fantasy horror. I've heard that mentioned a lot. I haven't actually seen
I haven't seen Devil's Backbone, but I've seen Pan's Labyrinth.
I have this Pan's Labyrinth. I haven't seen that, no. But I've heard a lot of people talk about it. Outpost 31, Ian, as we are both children of the 60s. Hey, cool, man. Who's your favourite Doctor? Mine would be John Pertwee. Mine is Patrick Troughton. I do love John Pertwee, but Patrick Troughton.
Outpost, what you got to remember is he's a child of the 1860s, right? Not 1960s.
Poor Patrick Troughton. He's not going back that far. Well, I suppose he could have been time traveling back when I watched him, yeah.
You were, don't get me wrong. Ian, you were 110 when you were watching bloody John Pertwee playing the Doctor.
But mine, it's definitely without doubt Patrick Troughton. As I know somebody else's is, not too far away. If you ask him, he'll probably say that as well. But I think John Pertwee is great, and I can sit and watch John Pertwee all day as well as Patrick Troughton.
Well, you do.
That's why they were both. You know, when you see them in the Three Doctors, it was absolutely wonderful when we saw that in Three Doctors, when them two bickering away and. And
by the
you
way,
remember the first Doctor calling him
if
a
anybody wants
dandy
to
and a
know,
clown.
if anybody wants to know, I am a child of the 60s,
Yeah.
just to let you know. So you can see both of our faces here, right? He was born in the 60s. I was born in the 60s. And he looks like he's been embalmed. Right? And I've got that Clint Eastwood boyish looks.
I'm born in a grand year of 1960.
You were born in 1860.
Yeah, and just look at the films that came out in 1960. So I'm pretty pleased.
You were born in 1860. You keep saying 1960. You got the wrong century.
No. Anyhow,
you going to the toilet was sticking your bum out the window and having an outside lav.
So mine's second Doctor, Patrick Troughton. Anyhow,
mine is.
Yeah.
Everybody knows Patrick Troughton's my favourite.
Yeah.
I've made no.
And Charles says, Ian and Dell, will you be a mild fan of the Beatles? Do you own any of the anthology LP records?
I don't.
No, I don't. I own the studio albums. I should have got those anthology albums.
I think my sister does. She was
when the TV series, that's what they came out with, linked with the TV series, didn't they? I've got the red and the blue albums, which have all the singles in, which are brilliant, but I haven't got the anthology. I don't know whether I should get it. I don't know. Maybe I should get it. I don't know. If I bet it's quite cheap on Music Magpie. But is there any unreleased stuff on that anthology? Is there any things that were unreleased at the time? Is there new material on the anthologies that's not on the studio albums? And if anybody's a Beatle expert, like
I said, I think my sister's got them. I remember that she said at one point, I'm not going to buy another Beatles album after Beatles one album, because that Free as a Bird was a right cop out that went to number one. This was when the CD came out and it went to number one, and everybody was going, oh, there's a new Beatles with ELO doing the major sort of like production value.
Yeah.
Well, so I don't know whether she's got the anthology LP. But by the way, it's 10 o'clock, so I've got to quickly make a phone call. So
okay, you go away and yeah, I'll talk about
enjoy the pleasure in what is called Ian's show,
and also be happy that he hasn't mentioned you know who yet. Anyhow, the Beatles. I think if you don't want to go into the studio albums, just get a good representation of the Beatles, which is a good way, is to get the singles, which is get the red and the blue albums. They have, as I said, been re-released with the blue one, particularly because of that track that they fiddled about with and did and put on. And they have put a few extra tracks, but were released, I think, on the red one as well. And I think I think on the blue one they've stuck a few more tracks, but there's only that one track that's new as far as I know. Oh, and is it Free Bird or Flying Bird something? There was another track they did a few years ago as well. I think that's been included as well. I think there's two of the craps. I think I know there was another one a few years ago. So yeah, I'd recommend those blue and Red albums to get, the double albums, and I say they've updated them. So if you don't want to go through all the Beatles catalogue, then those are good to get. But to be honest, Abbey Road is such a great album. Sgt. Pepper and Revolver. Oh crikey, and Rubber Soul. There's a lot of great albums. But there we are. And Tony says, definitely Pertwee for me. Outpost, closely followed by Troughton. Yeah, I know. It's to be honest, I enjoy them all up to Sylvester McCoy, even, because it's the old classic Doctor Who. The modern Who I didn't like as much. Eccleston I thought was probably the best of them, even though I know David Tennant was the most popular. But it wasn't classic Who, was it? You know, it wasn't the same, was it? No, definitely not. I mean, you can't beat classic Doctor Who. It's just special. You know, even with Sylvester McCoy not as good, it's still classic Who, you know. And the last season that Sylvester McCoy did was excellent. Excellent. I really like his last season. It's got some great episodes in there. And the second one isn't too bad either. Right. And then we've got here Outpost 1, Tony York agreed. Stephen Moss, Tom Baker was the first Doctor Who I'd seen when I was a kid, but the back end of his seasons, being only born in 72. Oh, right, I see, yeah. Well, any time was a good time to join Doctor Who, I think, you know, at least it's better than that, much better than nowadays. But that's good. You saw some of Tom Baker, and hopefully you've watched more of his stuff, you know, since, because it's worth watching, you know, Tom Baker, the whole era, and John Pertwee. I'd say John Pertwee and Tom Baker together. Absolutely fantastic to see them, you know. But I still love to go back to the 60s and see Artnell and Troughton. It's just pure nostalgia. But all classic Doctor Who is great, you know. Even when it's not as good, it's still better than modern stuff. Charles Duncan says, did anyone see Doctor Who The War Games in colour the other month? Yeah, I saw it on, you know, what they showed on YouTube. And let's be honest, how can you put a 10-part story, 10 parts, into what, 90 minutes? I mean, you can't do it. You can't put it. I know it'll be coming out, and I'll probably buy the blooming thing because it's a chance to see Patrick Troughton in colour. But really, they must have decimated that story. I mean, you can't fit 10 episodes into 90 minutes without... Oh, what can I say? It was nice to see him in colour, but really, they shouldn't have chosen. Why choose War Games? If they was going to do a Patrick Troughton story, they could have at least chosen, you know, one of the shorter ones. I know there's not as much Patrick Troughton stories, but I mean, they could have chosen something. I'm sure they could. There is some 4-part stories they could have chosen, like Tomb of the Cybermen. Why couldn't they have done Tomb of the Cybermen? It's a brilliant story, Tomb of the Cybermen, and I remember it was missing for years. And when they discovered Tomb of the Cybermen, oh wow, it was like Christmas all in one. I was up, fantastic, and I remember buying the VHS copy, sticking it in the machine, and just being totally entranced by this wonderful piece of history. It was so exciting seeing Patrick Troughton and the Cybermen, because everybody talked about that story, said, oh, if there's one story we wish we could find Tomb of the Cybermen came up, and there it was. They found it in Hong Kong, I think it was, somewhere like that. Brilliant. So why couldn't they have colorized that one? Why, but I'll still end up probably getting it. I got the other Dalek one they did, the Artnell one again, which they cut to shreds. But I'd probably definitely, and that goes against normally what I say about these things. But it's classic Doctor Who, so I'm on board. If it's modern Doctor Who, no. Right. Jamie says, I watched The Killing Fields this week. Wasn't as hard a watch as I was expecting. Much of the atrocities were in the periphery, so not as impactful as films like Come and See. Yeah, I think The Killing Fields is a great film, and the fact that it's based on a true story, a true, one of the journalists who was out there, who sadly died, but nothing to do with what happened there. And he died a few years afterwards, which was really sad. But at least they'd made the film about him. It's a very powerful film. If there's any, it's a great anti-war film because it shows exactly what the consequences of evil tyrants are. What they did, and Pol Pot was an evil tyrant, and it was a policy of genocide. I think it is a very powerful film because it's true. It's not a fictional account. It's very true with those journalists. Tony says, Charles, didn't see that. Hoping to get the Blu-ray when it's released. Yeah. Worth seeing. James says, is that a first-time watch of Pan's Labyrinth, Tony? It's an incredible film. I love Devil's Backbone equally, though. All right. Tony, it's on iPlayer if you have it. Oh, right. Let me have a look here. If you've finished here. I'll just carry on, but we'll go on to the next one. I've never seen Come and See. I've always been a bit scared to watch it. Oh, right. Oh, yeah, this is this film. I've never seen it, so I don't know. I don't know how bad it is. Captain Vidal is a vile character. The bottle scene is very hard to watch. I'm not going to ask. It sounds awful. Tony says, they were both first-time watchers, Jamie. Really enjoyable, as I'm interested in the Civil War era in Spain. For me, Pan's Labyrinth just edged ahead. Yeah, the Civil War, fascinating period in Spanish history. Amazing, absolutely. Especially when you've got the International Brigade involved. And, of course, George Orwell was famous for being part of the International Brigade that went out, and he wrote a book about it, Homage to Catalonia, which is brilliant. It gives an insight into him fighting in the Spanish Civil War. And I say there has been, maybe they could do to be more films on the Spanish Civil War that are more well known. So I know, is it To Whom the Bell Tolls, which is the Hemingway story. And I don't know a great deal. I'd love to see a bit more. Yeah, definitely. So Pan's Labyrinth sounds like an interesting story. I might be interested in that. Yeah. It's a fascinating period, is that, in Spanish history, and the fight against fascism and Franco and Hitler and all that, Abyssinia before, when they used it as a practicing ground, Hitler supplying all the stuff so that they could retake Abyssinia. Fascinating period. Trump trying to dance makes me laugh. Yeah, he's dancing on everybody, it seems. Trump trying to do pretty much anything makes me laugh. Yes. Yeah. Jamie says, come and see is a very harrowing sight. You need a strong stomach to get through it. The scenes involve a barn full of Russians. Oh, God, that's incredibly impactful and hard to watch. Oh, no, really? Oh, Guns at Batasi is a Signal 1 release in. Oh, right. Okay, Signal 1. I remember they had that big sale, didn't they? Right. Wow, look at that. You got Guns at Batasi in the box from last year. There you are, you see. I haven't got through it all. It's good your Delboy's not here. I've been in a lot of trouble. I'll check it out. And yeah. Thanks, Tony. You send him so much, Tony. If he gets what he's got, it is true. And it's also I've got a lot that are still in the plastic things because I haven't been able to get enough of the boxes, and I have got quite a lot coming in anyhow. So that's something I'm definitely going to look out for to put in from last year's lot. I've still got a lot of them, but I've still probably ain't got enough. But I can you see in the cases. I know it's not good for storage, but part of me there's a bit of me just I likes having the case and picking it up. And, yeah, but I had an email message that the box of these boxes should get delivered on probably Friday, but if not, it'll probably be Monday. But I can't wait to get stuck in. I'm raring to go so I can get them on the shelf. And yeah, fantastic. And I'm watching them, of course. I want to get on watching them. Yeah. Right. Andy says, happy Wednesday, lads. I watched Captain America Brave New World over the weekend. Wasn't as bad as I've heard. However, coming away from it, Harrison Ford was the only positive. I think Delboy's seen it as well. He mentioned it, I think, before he's made comments about it. I think I don't think he was over impressed, but I don't think I think he was okay as he saw it for what it did. But Harrison Ford has had some positive mentions. Definitely, I've heard people say that. Seymour's Keir Starmer and his cronies piss me off. They just haven't got a clue about real life. Yeah, I know what you mean about disabled people. They have absolutely no idea, and cutting old age pension stuff and the people they should be caring about. Oh, it's Labour. They should be caring. That's what they were about once upon a time. Caring for people. Q for Delboy. Oh, PC or Mac? We should leave. I should try and remember that one. So I'll try and remember, but I don't know. It probably, he'll have a preference. I'll try and come back to that, but I'll probably forget. But please, I'll try. I forget. Right. I'll try and come back. Outpost 31. I'll try and remember the question. Right. Tony, Region 1 release, Ian. Maybe you can't play them, but I think I heard you say you have. Yes, I can. I've got a Region 3 DVD player as well. And I think it plays the Blu-ray ones as well, because sometimes some of them have a problem. Yeah, in fact, I have. I've got two machines. One does a Blu-ray, or play any Blu-ray, and then the other plays any DVD. So yeah, I wouldn't have any problem. I'll have to check that one out again. Yeah, I'll probably forget. I'm hopeless, but I'll get there. But I probably won't notice. But yeah, uh, guns of. Do you know? I'm going to write it down. I'm so bad at remembering, and then when I come across it, hopefully I can get that because it sounds exactly what I should be interested in. So I'm just going to put that down. Guns of potassium. Yeah, right. Try and remember. I've got to remember that. Guns of potassium. Right. It sounds good. Right. Yeah, you send him so much, Tony. He says that he forgets what he's got. That's probably my brain is going. Yeah, it's been going for quite a while. I think. Yeah, it needs a lot of exercise. Happy Wednesdays, lad. I watched Captain America Brave New out over the weekend. One as bad as oh yeah, sorry, I've put this out forever. Coming away from Harrison Ford. Yeah, we said that one. Sorry, as you can see, I'm not very good at this, am I? Yeah, Harrison Ford. That's excellent. I'm glad. I'm glad that's at least he's a positive aspect of the film. Yeah, and then we're pissed off about that. I know he is. PC and Mac. Yeah. The kitchen scene is the best fight scene from Raid 2, but the car chase fight is close. Ah, right. Thank you, Saya, for jogging my memory. I just couldn't remember these things. Yeah. Question for Delboy. PC stripper on a stripper. Oh dear. We'll see if we can remember that one. Oh, hello, brilliant. Welcome from the Philippines. Hope you're doing well. He's here as well. But thank you, brilliant. Right, Delboy, we've got some questions for you. Right. Let me see. Here we are. Outpost 31. Question for Delboy. PC or Mac?
Well, that's a difficult one because I like Columbo, but he wears a Mac.
Just as bad.
He wears a Mac, but I like PC all the time. Yeah, PC every time.
All right. And was there another one?
By the way, I had to change my I had to change my background. I don't know why. I just had to.
All right. Here's another question for you. Question for Delboy. PC stripper or nurse stripper?
I plead the fifth in case it incriminates me.
Oh, right. Okay. So we know what you get up to.
Yeah, nurse.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry, again. Thank you. Keep an eye on me. Tony says, Stephen, very few, if any, politicians have large salary, free eating, meals, etc. Why free meals implies that they're only eating due to being MPs. You know, you've got a very good point there. Why would they be getting free food and stuff like that as well?
Yeah, it's all this expenses bollocks, really. To be honest,
yeah. I mean,
I never understood it either. You know, even in the company, you know, that I work with at the moment, you know, that these contractors, they're paid an absolute fortune.
Yeah,
but if they have to travel to London, then they get expenses, and I'm going, hey,
yeah.
You know, here I am on a third of their wage.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
and they get expenses. It's like,
And I bet they
wow.
allow them in those expenses to have a really nice meal.
Yeah.
They probably could just,
And yet
pick a
they're
really,
always last at the bar. You know
yeah.
what I mean?
Oh yeah, the bar expenses.
Yeah, they're always the last ones there. They won't pay for a bloody drink.
Jamie says, talking of harrowing films, question in Delboy. What are your favourite hard to watch traumatizing films?
Well, you mentioned one to me that you said you'd never watch again. It's
Yeah.
absolutely
Do
disgusting.
you know
And you
what that
told
is? Do you
me
remember?
I won't even tell you what it is. You said because I'll stop you there. You said I can tell you
Yeah.
now. Don't ever watch it. And I said to you, my one is that zombie. You know that that one
Yeah.
with the turtle. You know that gets
Yeah. Yeah.
killed. I forgot what it's
The
called now.
one I mentioned is always on the list. Anyhow, there's a couple that are on the list. There's that one, which it's the Serbian movie or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
And
My
the
one,
other one is that one.
my one was that tribe and that turtle that was being killed. What's it called?
Oh, uh, something Cannibal Holocaust.
That's
That's
it,
the
Cannibal
turtle one.
Holocaust. Yeah.
Yeah, and there is another one which it has got a reputation. It's something like 120 Days to Sallow or Sallow. It has this. The art film people really praise it, but honestly, it's disgusting. That's all I'm gonna say. I think
Yeah.
it's just an excuse because they can show it at an art house, but it makes you want to throw up. And I won't. I've never seen it. I'm just on the description. I was thinking, oh God, I don't want to watch that. Yeah, and so somebody might have seen it and have got. I don't know, but there's a lot of rubbish talked about it, saying, "Oh, it's something about the bourgeoisie and exposing them," and there's a lot of crap, isn't it? It's just an excuse. But I'm sure there is somebody who'll argue against me, but that's what it is. Just an excuse. Intellectuals. I love the fight in the corridor in Raid 1 where he grabs the guy's head and jumps backward, impaling him on the broken door. God, you've got a great memory of all these. It all became a blur. Remember of these.
What Raid films this?
There's two films. I got Raid 1 and the second one. It's all sort of martial arts stuff. It's
I was going to say
escape.
I was wondering what it was. I
Yeah,
was going.
he's trying to get out of this building and he can't get out.
No, that's
Yeah,
that one he sent you the other week, wasn't it?
yeah, that's right. Raid 1 and Raid 2. They're very well produced films. I mean, amazing films. What they've done. Right. Let's see. Mad Dog fight with Rama and his brother is great too. Oh,
I can't wait
don't
till
know
next
that
week to
one.
find out what Tony's sending you next week. I mean, this week was incredible.
Hello, David. Ian and Dal. Now it's Lent.
Yeah.
Too. Do you like the old religious movies? Have you seen Mel Gibson's Passion of the Christ and Scorsese's Last Temptation of Christ? Brilliant films. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely.
I've seen both of those films, but I consider old religious films to be things like the Ten Commandments and that.
Yeah.
So I mean, those are decades further back.
Yeah.
Than those two films.
Scorsese's Last Temptation of Christ was obviously quite controversial. It's a brilliant film, though. It's absolutely just if you just look at as a piece of filmmaking, it's excellent. And I think Mel Gibson's is obviously more extreme because he really shows the violence against Jesus in it, and I think it's a good film. You know, not for everybody's taste, but you know,
he did Apocalypta as well, didn't he?
That's brilliant. That's another recommended film. I've got that as well. I've got that on Blu-ray. That's a fantastic film, brilliant film.
Yeah.
And then David says, Ian and Del, what's your favourite war movie?
Well, that's a hard one.
It's difficult, isn't it? What to do?
Yeah, is yours Star Wars?
No. I'm surprised you didn't use a joke like Battle of Hastings, Norman Conquest.
No, you were there on them.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It's that's a difficult one because there's so many ones I could go back and talk about things like Waterloo, but there's so many World War II and World War One movies which are absolutely fantastic. Or you could actually say War of the Worlds.
Yeah. Zulu, you could even say, which Tony would agree.
Yeah.
Zulu. I mean, what a film.
I would say that's as hard as a question as you'll ever have as a in a category, because I'd have so many that I'd have near the top, because I like things like Waterloo and Napoleon and all of those sorts of films. I mean, so many people would say Saving Private Ryan, and I just think that's just looking at one particular aspect, which is modern war. You know, like if you count World War II as being in the modern era. There's so many good ones that were in the past. I'm going to have difficulty with that one. I'm sorry to say, David.
Yeah.
But if I have to name one, I'd say Waterloo was pretty there, close to that.
Yeah.
But you know, like I say, that's not taken away from any of the World War movies, and I've got so many that I like. I've bought so many, you see. You know, Where Eagles Dare and all of those. I've watched no end.
Yeah.
You know? My dad, we used to sit down and watch, you know, 633 Squadron and Dam Busters, and we sat down and watched all of these great films.
Yeah.
But if you want to see a great big massive, oh my God, here comes thousands of actors all running at the camera and all of that sort of stuff.
We know which one. The Spielberg.
You know, you've got Zulu and you've got Waterloo and all of those. They all had a fantastic battlefield.
But Zulu, they were clever. They filmed it so it looked more than they actually was.
Oh yeah,
they were very good.
They used that old camera trick of somebody coming out the door, and then another person comes out the door, and then another person goes. What's actually happening is they're going around the back of the camera and coming same actor, and that, you know, it's the same sort of thing.
They didn't have the budget.
No.
But on Waterloo, they were lucky. Didn't they get the Russian army people dressed up in the uniforms? They were able to use real soldiers, weren't they?
Well, yeah. Apparently they were filming. They were filming on the plains of where they actually do their army sort of like training.
Maneuver.
So basically, they did that. I think the most expensive part of the whole movie was the weather effects. Apparently, they had to actually make it look like it was raining, and because of the long shots, it was really expensive. But you know.
So what film are you going to say? I'll tell you what, I'll let you. I'll divide it into two questions.
No, I've already said. I already said.
Yeah, I was going to give you two, but you know you can.
Well, I did say it's very difficult because I like Waterloo.
Yeah.
You know.
I was going to say you have Waterloo and have another modern one.
Well, if I was going to choose a modern one, I'd probably
Modern Warfare. Not you know. I call Modern Warfare World War I, World War II, Vietnam.
I'll go with one of my favorite directors, and I'll go with Bridge Over the River Kwai.
Yeah. Oh, it's a good one. Excellent. Yeah.
I've always liked David Lean, and I've always liked Lawrence of Arabia, and Bridge Over the River Kwai.
And Alec Guinness.
Yeah. Bridge Over the River Kwai is told in sort of like the same accolade as Lawrence of Arabia, but Lawrence of Arabia always pips it. It is a bit of a long and sometimes people would say boring film because it is set really in one place, with the bridge.
Of course, yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's not about that. It's about the story and how the
Yeah.
story was told and the
And
performances of
yeah,
the actor and all of this. Because
yeah,
you can have fantastic scenes like in Saving Private Ryan, but you can have it very scattered in regards to performances.
yeah,
But it's the battle scenes that save it and all of
yeah.
this sort of stuff. I mean, I could say Schindler's List.
Yes, yeah,
I
yeah,
mean, but that's not really a war movie. It's set in wartime. You could
yeah,
look at it like that.
yeah.
This is why I'm saying it's an incredibly difficult one for me. I have to say that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
anyway, you've got Waterloo locked in for me anyway. Bridge over the River Kwai. I could probably
Okay.
think of a better one than that, but David Lean, and I love that film anyway. So
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that I'm wrong with that.
My film, I'll divide it like you have. My film is Cromwell, of course, from 1970.
Oh right,
Richard
yeah.
Harris and Alec Guinness. It is superb. What a superb film that is. I've always loved it. I wish there was a Blu-ray release of it. I think there might be a German one, but it needs a good treatment. I've only got the DVD. Modern Warfare one. I know this film is not everybody's cup of tea, but it made such an impact on me when I saw it at the cinema. And which is Deer Hunter. A lot of people say, "Oh, Apocalypse Now, fantastic." But
No,
Apocalypse
Deer
Now
Hunter's good.
is not. It's too long. Is Apocalypse Now? It needs editing down a bit. There's certain scenes in it that just don't work for me. The French.
Well, Deer Hunter is very much a film
Deer
about
Hunter.
four people, isn't it? In that,
It's
I
a
mean,
it's a beautiful film. Dare I say it
what I'm
about
trying
it?
to say is it's
Yeah.
very what's the word? Confided into four people. So
Yes.
basically, it's a very
Yeah.
what's the word I'm looking for? Crying out loud, I can't think. It's you know what I mean? It's you carry on, but I was just
Yeah.
trying to get at it's
And you see, and my brain has gone because when I see it, I think of the performance of the bloke that
yeah.
died. He died soon after they'd made the film, and he's such an important part of the film. It's just a film that moves me. I don't know why, and the ending is so downbeat and sad.
Yeah.
They could have, he goes to Vietnam and he could have brought him back, rescued him, and we don't get that. The ending is so sad, but it's brilliant. And there's so many scenes in that film, and it's an epic film as well. They make it an epic film, but yet make it human as well, very human. About from that small sort of town in America and the impact.
That was the word I was looking for. It's a very personal film.
Yes, and everybody's in top form, the acting and that, and as I say, I remember when I first saw it at the cinema, the scene obviously that with when the Viet Cong have got him, he's captured as a prisoner and they're doing the roulette.
Oh, the Russian roulette scene.
It's so tense when you see that for the first time and you don't know what's going to happen and how he's going to get out of it. It's so tense. Amazing scene. It's still, I can still see it now when it's just so tense. And I've seen it years later. I've seen it various times and it still has that impact on me, where they're down underneath, and as one gets, bullet goes through and they chuck them out, the prisoner, and then they fish another one up. So there's these people, these poor blokes down below, know that and they could get pushed up there, and I'd be playing the
it's another one of those films where
Oh.
I think that there's more written about the main theme to the film than there is about the film itself, which is strange. Because the film is a fantastic one.
Yeah,
but they always talk about the guitar piece and and all of that sort of stuff.
Yeah, there's so much in it. Yeah, and of course, even I noticed the music in it, which is unusual for me. That's my favorite. I think I would put that as a modern warfare film.
Yeah.
Okay, we better go. Toby says Eagle Has Landed springs to mind as a favorite. It's a good film, World War II.
I mentioned that one, didn't I? I said, there's so many. Guns of Navarone.
Yeah.
You've got Patton, Toro. Oh, bloody hell!
There is a lot. If you looked at war films, you could probably one be made every year or two. There's always been war films made. David G.P.'s Downfall, the World War II. About Hitler's last day in the bunker was great. I know. Yeah. Everybody talks about that one.
Everybody's going to have a different one here, and none of them are going to be wrong. They're all.
That one is an amazing one with Hitler. It's used a lot, though, isn't it? It's one
I've only ever seen that once.
Yeah, same with me. I'd like to see it again, actually. It is a great film. The acting is just fantastic. Absolutely. So many great war films from the 60s and 70s. Dave says, yeah. And I still think they can make them now. They're still good. 1917.
So many people in the modern day war films will mention things like All Quiet on the Western Front, 1917, and they're all great.
Yeah. They can still make them. When was Saving Private Ryan? Was that early 2000s?
Yeah, very.
Yeah. Outpost 31. Ian Dale, any movie room tours on the horizon?
I only have to turn the background picture off, and you've seen my room tour. That's it.
Yeah. I haven't really. I did a long time ago. I did a shelf tour, but that took a bit. I did a shelf a week, but
but I used to like that. It's like, so here's to the right of the third shelf, going from the letters G to. I used to love that.
Well, I'd pick it up. I went, this is so and so, this is so and so, and I'd do a shelf a week. But maybe I could do that eventually again. Maybe I'll need to wait a bit longer though, to make it really different. That's the way I do it, because I think it's interesting.
I think one of these days I'll probably take my mobile phone upstairs and go to the attic and say, look, this is where all my statues and things are.
Oh, that would be good.
And here's the room where I've got all my comics, and here's all the other stuff that I've got down here. Good. And this is all the Blu-ray stuff that are in baskets that that I've got a catalog and all that sort of stuff, just to get people an idea that if you only live in one room, it's really difficult to keep track of where everything is. Because if you went up to me and said, oh yeah, show me that Laserdisc of Star Wars again, I can't just go to a shelf and get it. It's in a box somewhere in the garage, buried under another bloody 15 other boxes, because I've got nowhere to put it. Nowhere. I live in one room. I put that background picture just for you, by the way.
Oh, thank you. That's really exciting. Right. Tony says, David, that's a good German set one. Not too many based on Germany. I love The Bridge, 1959, set in Germany during the last days of World War II. Boys having to defend.
I haven't seen that.
Bridge. No, again, these early ones are so good. Yeah. Stephen Moles, I've seen those model kits, Del. They look good. I recently got Boris Karloff's Frankenstein monster by NECA, and also Christopher Lee as Dracula, and Peter Cushing as Van Helsing. That's nice.
Yeah, those Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing ones are sought after as well. They're really nice. Really nice.
Yeah.
They're just nice to have in your collection, even if you don't sort of like get them out, you know.
Oh, this is a good one. I'll do a movie room tour when I get to 1,000 subscribers. How many subscribers are you? If anybody hasn't subscribed,
I look forward to 2030. Yeah. Let's hope I'm still alive.
If anybody who hasn't subscribed to Jamie's channel, go and have a look at it. Please subscribe. If he's getting nearer, I don't know how many he is at the moment, but if you haven't subscribed, go and have a look at his channel. Fantastic channel.
Listen. He's a fantastic.
It's a Yorkshireman, so it's bound to be good. It's bound to be. You know,
no, I will not. I will not accept that.
You know, he's not like these southern softies.
I'll tell you why. It's nothing to do with the fact he's Norman, right? He's a very knowledgeable guy. He's one of the most generous and kind people I've ever come across.
Yeah.
If he's a supporter of you, then he's a huge supporter of you. I mean, we're not talking about a minor thing here. He'll go out of his way to look for you. He's done that a number of times with me. He's a very knowledgeable person. He's one of those people that sort of like, there's just, if you mention something, he'll go, oh yeah, I've seen that, and then he'll tell you about a scene in it just to reiterate that he's seen it.
That's
you know what I mean?
Which
sort of like is just sort of proves, that he's got that. Some people will go, oh yeah, I've seen that, and then
he knows all the directors, and he'll tell you about that. He's just got that natural knowledge.
He dances rings around me.
He doesn't have no brain at all left.
You know what I mean? I've got brain fog now, and I've got so many things going on in the background that sometimes I lose focus, and sometimes I look back at some of the things we've done together in and go, "Why did I answer like that? You're a tit. Why did you say that? What a stupid bastard you are! Right? You made yourself look an idiot, and you are an idiot. But at the end of the day, I'm human." And all I know is that I think that we've got a great crowd. Ian. So
and people actually have a sense of humor and know things around here. That's what I like. And that's a great thing that sadly some people lack.
You'll find the link, by the way, to McMahon all the time in my description for every single video I come out with.
Yeah.
And, if you want, I'll see if I can put a link in the chat now.
And also, I might as well do it at this point. I normally do. Well, no, I'm a bit late today. But if you haven't subscribed to Delboy's channel,
bloody hell,
subscribe to Delboy. I put it in the link so you can see over to his channel. And it's a fantastic channel. And, I mean, you have to admire the fact that what he went through last week, and he still put up a blog. I thought that was absolutely amazing to do that, and I think all people who watched it really appreciated that you did that. And also, we found out about your mum, and I thought it was really good. And so, please, if you haven't subscribed to his channel, go over and have a look at it. He does a lot other things other than blog. He's a gamer, knows a lot about gaming. Me, I know nothing much about it.
You know what? It's really nice that you've done that, right? But 20 minutes ago, 15 people were watching this.
I'm sorry, I wasn't watching.
What is it about you and your choice of timing?
I always complain. I always have a complaint.
Six people, man. For God's
sake,
what
you need to do is nudge me somehow, and and also,
by the way, there is now a link to McMahon's site in the chat.
Fantastic! Thank you for putting that in. Yeah, so please,
no problem. I'll do that for anybody, but for McMahon, it was absolutely my pleasure. to do that.
Please subscribe to him, and let's get him to 1,000 subscribers. He deserves it totally.
And by the way, when he turns around, he said he's bloody miles away. He's twice as many subscribers as I've got. So how far does that make me away? I might as well be near the sun, right?
And please, all 11 people, if you haven't subscribed to Delboy, please go and subscribe to his channel. Go and have a look at his channel. It's a really good channel. And also Jamie, same with him. Go and subscribe. Anyhow,
there's some very, very good there's some very, very good channel people in this chat room. I'm telling you now.
Yeah. And thank you for every one of you who support us every week. Every week you come and support us. We don't have any rubbish in here. We all get on and enjoy ourselves and know exactly what we're doing. Thank you so much for people supporting me as well the other week. Thank you so much.
Oh Christ! If you're not subscribed to Ian by now, bloody, what's wrong with you? Jesus Christ! I've said it every week. Do you know how much of a page he takes on my blog, right?
He does.
He takes up half a page of my bloody blog. Yeah. Reading out, oh look, here's the shorts, here's Doctor Who, here's SFX magazine, here's season 3, episode 29 bollocks of X-Files, here's Jesus Christ, man, and you want to slow down. Right now he's adding things like, oh, let's put Ladybird books in there, shall we? Yeah, let's have another unboxing by bloody Tony. I mean, that only happens every 2 days, doesn't it? I mean, Jesus Christ, you
know. Tony says also Generation War German TV miniseries about 5 friends in the German army from 1941 to 45. That is sort of all quite on the Western Front idea, doesn't it?
About you've got to remember there's Band of Brothers in the Pacific.
Yes, of course, yeah. So there's some good series, yeah. Terry says, watch William Tell on Blu-ray. And was it any good? Was it good? William Tell? Steve Moore says, I got the 10 Lost Predators from Predator 2 by Necker. Oh, right, from a seller off eBay. He was selling them as a job lot for £200 plus £10 postage and packing. Is that really good?
Wow, I mean, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, a movie sort of like replica, and it's the 10 Lost Predators. So yeah. I mean, I think he means by 10 Lost Predators, they're the predators that they were supposed to be in the film, because Predator 2 has the alien craft at the end where you see them all come out of the camouflage and stuff. I'm not sure. I might be wrong with that. So yeah, I mean, £200 may sound like an awful lot, but to a person that sort of like collects movie reproductions, when I'm talking about, I mean, likenesses in dolls and mid-model kits and all of that sort of stuff. That's a fantastic deal. £10 postage and packing. The only thing I'd ever say about that is I'd want insurance on that to make sure it got to my house and that it weren't damaged. Do you know what I mean? Because if that got broken in the post, I'd be most upset.
Oh, right.
When you fork out £200 and it arrives bust. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah. I'd have probably paid for insurance a little bit on that.
Sai says, Delboy, I think you're getting Severance mixed up with Succession.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I am.
Right.
Yeah. Succession is the one I'm talking about because that's the succession in the people going to the business. Severance is something.
Is that Brian Cox, isn't it? I've heard his name mentioned, I think.
Yeah.
Succession, yeah.
But but that Succession is the one that's got a huge bloody following.
Yeah.
Right.
And David says, I forgot Das Boot 1981 was great. Yeah, everybody mentions that one. The Severance I watched, basic premise, it would happen if you could split your brain into 2 distinct personalities. The guy out of work, outies, and the guy in work, innies, or gal. Oh.
I'm ever,
Oh,
I'm
wait,
ever
it's a
so
bit
sorry.
more.
Just bear
Sorry,
with,
no.
just bear with me, folks. Look, what it is that my nephew is in Spain, so I've just got to phone him now in regards to the an update on my mum. So I'll be just about 5 minutes. All right.
Okay. I'll
So I
carry
won't
on.
be. I do apologise, but I won't be
It's
more than
okay.
5
No
minutes.
problem.
All
Don't
right.
worry. So this wee boy says, so the guy at work wakes up, gets ready for work, goes into an elevator, and then it's the end of the working day, and he can head home. The innies wake up in the elevator, works the full day, and adds. Oh, here we are. Elevator. Sorry, I'm not reading this out very well. Elevator wakes up in the elevator and starts the next working day. I won't say any more, but that is the basic premise. Well, that sounds. It sounds interesting. Yeah, definitely. A bit sort of out there. Yeah. And then David says, Tony, you should watch Das Boot. The longer uncut version is best. Yeah, but that one. Delboy's mixing. Yeah, we've said that is the Severance mixing them up. Elevator wakes up and starts. Yeah, that's the one. I'm sorry about this. You can see how I am. Sumo's just been looking on HMV. There's some good films on the 2 for £15. That's not bad. Just ordered a few. The 3 and 4 Musketeers, excellent films. Yeah. The Elephant Man. Wow. Yeah. Elephant Man, what a film. The Man Who Fell to Earth, another brilliant film. That'll be the day. Yes. Ringo Starr. Brilliant film. And 3 Agatha Christie films. I think they're all great selections. Absolutely great selections. Have you seen? It's also worth getting. If I think it has been released, is Stardust, which is the follow-up to That'll Be the Day, which is great. Tony says yes, it's the one I'm sure I enjoy. David. Charles says, Ian, I had Philips DVD with the guard right discs with rot. Luckily, I made more than one copy of my family past. Oh, yeah. Crikey. Yeah, the rewrites. Yeah, I mean, if you've got important family things, God, that would be awful. So you was lucky there. I know my dad did a lot because he was a keen photographer, and before he died, he'd managed to digitalize everything. So that was lucky. I think I've got them. I think he put them on a stick actually, rather than a disc. Yeah, but I have got all these slide photographs that he did right from 60s, and then stuff before that, before he met my mum, and when he was in army, and some really good stuff. Steve Mills, Death on the Nile, of course, Murder on the Orient Express, and Evil Under the Sun. Fantastic films. Absolutely love the Agatha Christie ones. And Das Boot is an incredibly tense and claustrophobic World War II film. You need to watch it, Tony.
I'll tell you what. When people mention Das Boot, I always think of Run Silent, Run Deep.
Yeah,
another submarine one, which was homaged in Star Trek, wasn't it? With
of course, yeah.
You know, with the fight between the Romulans and Kirk, wasn't it? Going across, across the neutral zone. I love all those tense ones where you can't make a sound, and if you do, you give your position away and all of that sort of stuff. I mean,
I think Das Boot was popular because we were seeing the Germans, for once.
Yeah.
And it was an important part, the U-boats in the whole thing. I mean, they effectively could have won the war for Germany.
Yeah, it's a whole segment in the World at War.
Yeah, they could.
With Laurence Olivier narrating. I mean,
we were very lucky because what they were doing, they were trying to break the supply line from America to this country, because though America weren't at war with the Nazis, they were supplying us with a lot of things. We had
they were blowing up just civilian bloody boats, and we couldn't chaperone them.
Yeah, the U-boats were out there to stop all that. They were going to stop the Americans supplying things, and then they'd spread terror by, as you say, just by attacking any boating whatsoever. And we were very lucky that we were able to defeat those.
Yeah.
It was another part of plan. You could imagine if you'd have had the U-boats taking over and controlling the Atlantic, and then the Germans had developed the V1 and V2 rockets, we wouldn't have won the war at all. We'd have lost it.
Their rocket technology was coming along so much, wasn't it?
We were very lucky. The V1
their scientists on rockets were taken by NASA, weren't they? To help them
and that's why Americans quickly got them into NASA. Before Russians tried as well. They probably took some as well. But
they they even tried to nick the shells, didn't they, of all the rockets that weren't taken off, so that they could take them to bits and use them. I mean, there's a whole thing about that. I mean,
again, if Germany had developed the V2 and V1s earlier, we may not have won the war.
No, we were.
Yeah, there's loads of what if factors in the Second World War. And the U-boats, if they'd have been successful, that would have strangled us. We wouldn't have had a supply from America. So what would we have done? We have done? Battle of the Bulge. I remember my dad taking me to see that one. Great film. It's got a great cast. It's one of those that had a good cast in it. Lots of famous people. Tony says, I had a Philips DVD recorder VH combi, Charles. Oh, crikey, yeah. When they came out, they were good, those combis, because you got all your videotapes, and we're going, look, I've put them on DVD now. Fantastic. I've saved them.
You had to hack them, though, because of the protection.
Yeah. No, I mean, home stuff as well, stuff that you'd recorded.
Yeah.
It was great to have. Fantastic. But you're right. They stopped. They put a thing so you couldn't record, couldn't they? Off other tapes.
I'll tell you a film we haven't mentioned, which is a fun one that my dad and I used to always watch when it was always on, and that's Operation Petticoat.
Oh yes, that's a good one.
Tony Curtis in that.
Yeah.
Well, absolutely. And then having these three women on board.
They're all. Tony Curtis was in some good comedies.
I just remember seeing the submarine in the water and its smoke coming out of it because its engines were just about knackered in every shot you saw in it.
Yeah.
That always makes me laugh. You have to have a harrowing film. You don't have to have a harrowing film. You can have a funny film.
Yeah.
And still have an interesting story about what was going on, because everybody was cannibalizing everything.
Yeah.
To get ships to work, planes to fly, munitions from somewhere. It's why MASH was on for so many years, because it was always like, getting things from everywhere. There was somebody always that was going, oh, do you want a cheese grater? Do you? I'll see if I can find one, and all this sort of stuff. things like cheese graters were hard to find, let alone and then the cheese to go with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
you needed the cheese.
you know what I mean?
This is an interesting question. Is Waterloo movie the best Napoleonic movie? Is it the best?
Now there is a Napoleon film that was made in silent that was 5 hours long, wasn't there?
Yes.
Which apparently which is really heralded, and it came out with a Blu-ray release only about a year or so ago. I did like the Ridley Scott one, but I do like the extended one more. But I still think Waterloo is my favorite, probably because I've seen it more times and it's got more nostalgic value than because of it being better than anything. I think it's I think that the trouble with me here is nostalgia will come in. Yeah. And when it comes to nostalgia, I'll say that I've seen Waterloo more than I've seen Napoleon.
Yeah.
And some of the other films that are based around Napoleon, you know? So, yeah, I'm going to have to go with Waterloo is probably better than the other, but only from a nostalgic point of view.
Really. I agree. I saw it when it came out at the cinema, and I'd seen.
Oh yeah, you were about 50.
Yeah, I'd seen Cromwell, and then when I saw that, I was in heaven. 2 brilliant historical films. What fantastic! And I loved them, and still do. I think with me, I agree. It's nostalgia, pure nostalgia. Thinking of Waterloo.
Yeah.
I bought I bet you did as well. You bought the special edition that came out.
Yeah, you saw the one I bought. It was the box.
Yeah, I bought it. Yeah, I got it straight. Well, I don't often buy special editions, but we could do one.
I think I got it from World of Books, to be quite honest.
Yeah. Oh, I got it from when it was released. I just had to get it. Please release Cromwell as a special edition. You've got to release it. Somebody,
yeah. I'll tell you what. They don't talk too much about the film. What's it called? Is it called Winston? That's an Attenborough film, isn't it?
Young Winston is.
Yeah.
It's Young Winston. Yeah.
That's that one. No one talks about that one much.
He directed.
Yeah, nobody talks about that one much. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Or is it the first one he directed? It could be A Bridge Too Far. I'm not quite sure.
Well, that covers the very early Winston. But he was
if Young Winston's before A Bridge Too Far, then that's his first film. I bet Tony will know. He's an Attenborough fan. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't read that out, did I? Stephen's in a spending mood by the looks of it. Oh yeah, that's the figures. But when we were shot, I'm Jamie. Who won your favorite Doctor of post 2005? Mine's Matt Smith, then Eccleston. And I think people know mine. It's pretty obvious mine would be Eccleston, straight off.
Yeah, I mean,
well, I don't know.
Mine actually is quite simple in the fact that it started as strong as it could and got weaker, so it would be Eccleston and then Tennant for me.
Yeah.
But so I do know that some people go Eccleston and then Matt Smith, and some people go Eccleston and even Capaldi. Capaldi because
really,
Capaldi because sometimes of his performance rather than the stories.
Yeah,
I can't go wrong with the fact that it was nice to go back to an older character, somebody who looked.
He was trying something a bit different again.
I did. It's just that I thought some of the stuff. I just didn't like some of these things like the sonic guitar and the sonic sunglasses and all of this.
Yeah,
it got ridiculous. But I will say this: I think some of the storylines. I tell you what, the storyline in his last season was actually pretty darn good. You know, with the Cyberman story at the end, with the tear and the explanation of why there's a little gap down. You know, is because it's Billy. She cried because she was still human inside that Cyber costume.
that's
And
true.
that interesting story where at the bottom of the ship it was in different time than it was at the top. Very, very, very good story. And then there's the story where he basically was alive for something like 20,000 years or something, locked in this. I mean, those stories were cracking. It's just it was at a time where people wanted a Matt Smith or they wanted a David. I think some Doctor Who fans want to argue for argued point.
Yeah.
You know,
well,
you don't know how good it was until it's gone, and this is what the Sylvester McCoy is to me. Because I don't think too much about Sylvester McCoy because
I know you know. I think more of him than you do, but I think that what happened with Doctor Who, that David Tennant developed his own kind of fan things across everything, and the fanboy thing took over with David Tennant, and I think
I don't know about the fanboy thing because
fangirl.
That's. I mean,
the
David Tennant phenomenon is because of overexposure in the States. Because they were so proud that they'd broken America at the final hurdle. That basically the BBC were all over it and basically promoted it. I remember one Christmas, and some politician made a complaint and said, "Is Christmas all about David Tennant or something? Because I can't." He's on a game show. Then there's the Christmas special. Then he's on a Then he's on a Strictly Come Dancing episode. And then he's in the I can't believe the Buzzcock the next boxing day. What the hell is this? Is this just all about David Tennant or what?
Well, you're right. I remember that now. Yeah.
I mean, there was even the cutouts of what's coming on at Christmas. He was riding on a reindeer with the TARDIS in the background for every bloody, advert. It was ridiculous.
It was. It got to that level that it kind of ruined the show in the end.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I think it developed people who would just, okay, it's great to be new to Doctor Who, and it brought in a lot of fans. But then when he went, they didn't like it. They wanted him back all the time.
To me, David Tennant and some.
They want him forever as Doctor Who.
David Tennant and some absolute cracking stories. There is. I mean, I don't care what anybody says. From my point of view, there's the Weeping Angels introduction for a start. There's that one called, is it called Moonlight, where they're stuck on a ship or something, and all these people that were inside the ship were being taken over by this presence. That was a bloody good one. It was called Diamonds or Moonlight or some Midnight. There's the library one.
Oh, Midnight people talk about, and the Left
Midnight. That's it. That was it. It was called Midnight. Yeah.
Yeah, and Left Turn they talk about.
Yeah, that's another cracking one.
That was with Donna. Where should he take this left or right turn?
But out of all of those stories, I don't think there was ever one end of season story that gripped me. I mean, they mucked up Davros big time. Even though they always turn around and say, "Oh, that's a fantastic two-part." You got Sarah Jane and you got all the worlds all in. I just thought it's a load of bollocks, to be quite honest, this story. I did like the idea of the story, the children of time. Oh, that was really quite good. It was quite menacing, but they bollocked it all up. I'm sorry, and all this Doctor whatever it was, what's it called, Dr. Donna, and all this sort of shit.
I like the what if happened when he took the if instead of going left turn he went the right turn, and we got what would happen when the Daleks were back to ruling the Earth, and that was really good because that was like a throwback to William Hartnell in a way, and I like that. We saw
I think he had a strong ending.
But don't
I
you
think
think the
I think it
Daleks?
was I think it was really nice that he
Yeah,
gave the lottery ticket to the all this sort of stuff.
yeah,
The I don't want to go
yeah,
ending was really
yeah,
quite poignant. I thought that was really really well done
yeah,
because at the end of the day, it would have been horrible that he saved Wilf and then that was the end. He got into the ship and he regenerated. It was
yeah,
nice that he held it back as long as he could and did a load and tried to correct, because the whole point of Tennant is he became overbearing, he became loud, he
yeah,
became he became a presence that all the other doctors weren't, and he tried to put it right. And that's where I'm going. That is proper Doctor Who. That's exactly
yeah.
what I would have expected Peter Davison to have done, because he was a very whimsical,
Oh, yeah.
innocent
I
type
really
of
like Peter
doctor, and
Davis. Great
all of
doctor.
that sort of stuff. And
Yeah,
what you got to think about is that although David Tennant looked the youngest, he was actually old by that point, and you have to turn around and go, do you know what? Sometimes you got to act your age,
yeah,
and that
yeah.
he did that really well. But the one thing you haven't mentioned, and I'm just interested to know, and I don't care if this takes me till 1 o'clock in the morning, right?
Okay.
Even though I'm tired and I've
Yeah,
got a lot of things to do.
yeah.
As much as you mentioned classic Doctor Who and you mentioned the new stuff as not being good, you rarely mention the movie. Where does the movie fit with you?
Which the one with the eighth
Sylvester,
Doctor?
Sylvester McCoy in the Eighth Doctor. You
Oh yeah,
rarely
the eighth
you
Doctor.
you
Yeah, he pops up
do
in
you count
Regeneration.
do you count that as classic Who? Because
Um,
you don't really say whether you do or not whenever
I
you're
think,
talking about the
yeah,
obviously
uh,
two distinct sections,
yeah.
don't you?
It's the film is an interesting one, and I think it's a very interesting one because it's like got a foot in both camps.
Yeah.
Really, it's trying to have a lot of the spirit, if you want to say it. The writer who wrote it, I know there's been a lot done about it. He's trying to capture that spirit of the old classic Doctor Who, and certainly bringing Sylvester McCoy in for the regeneration was part of that. I think trying to say, look, I do acknowledge a lot of the classic Doctor Who, and I'm trying to change it. And of course, a lot of fans did enjoy it. Did well, didn't it? On BBC One, it
Oh
got
yeah.
good ratings. It was
It was
America
it was
where
it
it
was
flopped.
it was a bank holiday, and
It flopped in
it
America.
was 3 days before John. Well, it was John Pertwee died 3 days before it was
Yeah,
broadcast, isn't it?
and the BBC put a lot into it, and it paid off. It got the
Yeah.
ratings, as I remember, but it didn't get them in America. So there was never going to
Oh
be a
yeah,
series.
yeah,
If it did get him in America, that's it, and that's what happened. And it's a shame, really, because I think a lot of people now, because of what Steve Moffat did, giving the Eighth Doctor his own regeneration, which was absolutely superb, they look at that small, what is it, maybe about 8-10 minutes or whatever of it was, and they think, yeah, you wrote the Eighth Doctor. People like the Eighth Doctor, and they wanted more. There was a regret there, I think, that people would love to have seen the Eighth Doctor, and he was obviously capable of writing the Eighth Doctor. It's such a shame that we didn't get the Eighth Doctor. If we had, it may have changed things a little bit. It would have been
yeah.
interesting.
I do remember there is even now a divide on whether Sylvester McCoy should have even been in it. There is a side of even the people that love the classic series that turned around and said, if you didn't have Sylvester McCoy in it, you wouldn't have had that awful scene with him regenerating into Paul McGann. Paul McGann's regeneration with him coming out saying, "Who am I?" looking holier than Jesus, with pictures of the cross and all sorts of stuff on the
Yeah,
wall,
yeah,
was bloody awful.
yeah.
Um,
Well, I think
and
at the time,
I have
yeah,
to sort of agree
I
a
think
little bit.
that I can understand the filmmaker behind it. I think I've forgotten his name, but he was a real fan, and he wanted to show the people that, he would do this regeneration like in the classic way, and that's why he got him in. And
Well, I'll tell you
rather than just sort of,
I will tell you my favorite thing out of the whole of the Doctor Who movie that actually spanned into the new Doctor, and that was the change of the TARDIS, which I thought it looked absolutely gorgeous. I turned around and said, if you ever wanted to talk about modernizing Doctor Who, having that console with the clocks and all of that sort of stuff, and talking about the timing crystal, I thought was brilliant, and all of this sort of stuff. That was the one thing that came out of it that universally was popular. I don't think there was anybody that turned around and said, "Oh, the TARDIS looked bloody awful."
Yeah, no, you're right. They didn't. Yeah, but it did have for me the moment where Doctor Who, he kissed her, right? And it wasn't just
that's the low point.
To me,
that's the incredible low point of it all.
Yeah, it opened the doors to what was to come later with David Tennant.
But I think that's an American thing. There, I think that's
I still think it did. Doctor Who should never have been having romances and relationships in the town. I know people won't agree with me. A newer generation won't. But one thing about the old Doctor, there was never any mess or anything.
No, the Doctor in all of his carnations through the whole of the classic Doctor Who was a mentor.
Yes, and I always said this, it worked well. I mean, to me, one of the most powerful scenes is when John Pertwee says goodbye to Joe. I mean, he was devastated when Joe left, and that shows you how much depth and love he had. It didn't have to have all this romance stuff because it was there, and it's
that'd have been bloody pervy anyway, wouldn't it?
Well, yes, exactly. So, why do we have to have a modern Doctor that has to have a romance? And because it's got even worse with new blooming one. I don't even want to think about where it's gone.
Did Russell T Davies touch upon that though? He said it was. If somebody travels for as long as these two people do, how can you not have a romantic bond, even if it's a distant one? Which is why he said I think he said he was taking it one step further than was implied with Sarah Jane, because Sarah Jane loved Doctor.
Yeah, but it was all different than with Sarah Jane.
I know. I'm just letting you know that I think that's how he explained it.
That's his explanation, but we know different. We know exactly what the agenda was with Russell T Davies, and it's been now he's unleashed. He can do what he wants.
Oh, God, yeah. I'm surprised they haven't shown a bloody sex torture room in the TARDIS.
Yeah. So I'm surprised they haven't shown a big dildo or something.
Bloody goes around with leather trousers and a cod piece.
It's I know we're joking about it, but it's so sad as a Doctor Who fan to see all this rubbish that has occurred. Anyhow, sorry, we're getting on. It's definitely on the list now, Jamie. Yeah. The 5 hour, silent movie of Napoleon is supposed to be brilliant. 5 hours. Not had the gumption to watch my copy. You've got a copy of it due to the running time.
Like I said, I knew it came out last year.
Yeah. 5 hours.
It's 5 hours silent.
Yeah, silent. Interstellar. Yeah. Wow. I mean, that is they certainly knew how to make long films.
I think it's 1927.
Wow. Wow. Oh, blimey. You get your money's worth. Tell you, I'm confused. Ian's getting more abuse than me tonight. Oh, don't start him off. Tony, be careful. He's waiting to get the abuse going.
I don't know where this abuse comes from. It keeps being talked about from me, and I'm going, I don't know anything about this abuse. What's going on? I've looked back and I still can't see. I tell it how it is, if that's what you mean.
It's so kind-hearted. Tony, yeah. Oh dear. Tony, the discs are crap. Don't buy them ever. Oh, what's that you're referring to? I don't know.
What, rewritable discs? What we?
It could. I don't know. It could be. I don't know. Don't have the machine or any of the
Yeah,
discs.
he's talking about rewritable discs.
I remember it because I was saying. I remember when we got one of those, and you could record the video onto the discs. You put it in, and you were transferring them over, and thinking, "Wow, this is fantastic! I finally can get rid of the VHS tapes." But it wasn't.
Well, there was only so many times that you could record over it. But the one thing is, you could do one of two things. You could keep the disc open so that you could keep recording to it.
Yeah.
Or you could close it off, and that would make it then a proper DVD.
Yes, we could do
now,
that. Yeah.
If the other person had a rewriter, then you could watch the disc that you've recorded without closing the disc off, right? But if you wanted somebody else to watch what you'd recorded, you had to close the disc off, which meant that you lost the ability to record to it. And then you'd lost the fact that it cost you 15 quid for this one disc, and all the others cost £5.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's on about this is the 5-hour Napoleon movie available on Blu-ray?
Yes.
And he's saying BFI Blu-ray release, says Tony, for Napoleon. I'm sure I've seen reviewed. So it probably is a BFI release. Yeah, I can
it
imagine.
Was.
Yep, there you are.
Sure
Sai says, "Nighty night, guys. The virus has not my energy levels for 6." Well, thank you. You're probably asleep now and out of way, but thank you, Sai, for joining us, and I hope you get better.
Sai, wonderful as ever, matey.
Yeah, just hope you get more energy and feel better. Yeah. Muckman moves. Yes, David. There's a BFI release of Napoleon. Tony says good night. Sigh. Damn. Tony beat me to it. And then Sai saying goodbye. And then Tony Hawk, that goes to prove I don't part with any of my technology. Still got it all. Yeah, I know. There's people who still have all the old technology. Yeah, I know somebody who's still got all the mobile phones. They don't call me quick draw for nothing, Tony says.
Yeah, but that's the girls.
Cyrob Simon says Styropson had that I can't say it, norovirus. I'm basically living on water and couldn't stomach anything else. It sounds awful. I don't want it. I really don't want that. I must check out the BFI Napoleon Blu-ray. The Ridley Scott movie was not great.
I like the Ridley Scott one.
Yeah.
But then again, I will say this. I watched the long one, so.
Oh, yeah. Wee Bob Out says, nights I similar on the note of 10 p.m. It is my bedtime. Work on tomorrow. Have a good evening, all. Thank you, Wee Bob Out, for joining us.
Thank you.
Probably gone ages ago, but thank you, as always, for joining us. I think you said you had several VHS recorders stored away, Charles. Yep.
I've got 3.
Yeah.
Upstairs in the attic.
Steve was. I used to have a DVD recorder which I had the copy protection disabled on it. Yeah, that was a good idea.
What you did was you flashed the BIOS chip, and basically it made it a universal, and you could also get rid of protection, which was the forced protection for not just region. It was something called HDCP, I think, or something like that.
We were on about the colorized war games. I think that maybe colorized war games as a league.
No, I think the colorization of the war games is actually for a younger audience.
Yeah. I don't know if it's got an official release date yet, but I'm sure it will get one.
Yes, I've ordered the
Yeah.
steelbook.
Yeah. Oh yes, yeah. Yes, there is a new material on Anthology, for instance, the Beatles singing. Oh yeah, because we're on about the Beatles Anthology animal. How Do You Do It by Jerry and the Pacemakers, worth the money on CD. Vinyl out of print, very expensive. I'd get the CD anyhow. Is it? So
Like I
there
said,
is
I
a
think
yeah,
I can't remember if my sister bought the any anthologies,
yeah,
but she bought that Beatles one, and she
yeah,
bought it because it had Free as a Bird, and it was produced
yeah,
by the ELO frontman.
yeah.
Wasn't
That's right. Yeah, but I remember the TV series. But yeah, uh, it's sort of thing that I could pick up possibly on Music Magpie, quite cheap. I might have a look into it. Well, I'm off to make a bacon butty. Oh, and then
it? You bastard!
I've got an hospital appointment in the morning. So good night, guys. I'll speak to you all next week. Thank you, Stephen, for joining us.
Thank you, Stephen, and thank
Yeah.
you for making me hungry. You git.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you as always for joining us.
I've got
Stephen.
about another 2 hours with this sod before I can even think about
It's
having
still
a
all
bacon
this
butty.
moaning. Tell you at night. Yeah.
Well, look, if we're in a pub, I'd have had a packet of crisp or some nuts, or I'd have ordered a plate of chips or something, right? Can't even do that.
What you need is some pork scratchings.
No, I don't.
Quiet. They'll
God,
keep you quiet, you see.
that's disgusting. Those films.
I've seen Come and See once. This is that film that's still on about Come and See that it sounds we shouldn't be watching. Not one I'll be watching anytime soon. Very harrowing. I know everybody keeps mentioning it, but
I don't know anything. I don't know anything about that one, Tony. If you don't like it, of course, you could send it. You know,
I don't think it sounds like he wouldn't buy it. Maybe
you could send it in the post for an address that I can possibly give it.
Yeah.
Along with any other DVDs that you know. Anyway,
and Charles says, I do have recorders, Tony, but editing to disc from VHS takes ages. Yeah, I'm sure it does.
It can do.
Yeah. Oh yeah, nice. There's a couple of Spanish Civil War films I have on DVD, and Guernica. Oh yeah, that's important. Very important. 2016 and Land and Freedom, 1995. Yeah, Guernica is a great historical moment. It was a big deal, the Guernica, and the famous Picasso painting about that. I never done any editing from VHS, Charles. It does sound right. What was used to double bill of Guns and we're still on Guns at Basati and Anthropoid, Ian. Right. Thank you. Guns. I've wrote it down. I have to try and remember. Guns at Basati's. It's our local restaurant. There will be. Tony says there will be Dragons, another Spanish Civil War film I have on DVD. Ian. All right. There seems to be quite a lot. Back in the day, it was easy to do, Tony, but I'm only down to one disc recorder now. You must be careful. And we've got Jim Jam Moves on TV. Good evening, all. Good evening. Welcome. I know what you might. I'll see what questions you ask. I've got an idea.
They're all about network.
Toyo says, "Evening, James," and then we've got here we are. Some of those DVDs you used to get Sith.
That's supposed to be with
news. Yeah. Quite collectible. Yeah, the newspaper CDs.
I've got three
DVDs.
huge boxes of them.
Yeah, there you are. Yeah, they probably are collectible. You know, they probably are.
They used to put them in cardboard pouches.
That's right. Yeah, I've got a few. Yeah, they did music with CDs, and they did films, music, DVDs. Yeah,
they did the occasional PC program for you to do things like editing, and stuff, like photo editors and stuff. But, They were few and far between.
Yeah. Jim Jones says, "Hi Tony, nice selection of network you sent here. I knew you'd be looking at the network titles." Yeah.
Bollocks.
Each migrant is claiming £25 a day, some 2 a month. Oh, I don't know that. What's going on there? They were the series networks released on Blu-ray just before they went bust, James. Yeah, you got the Blu-ray versions like Department S and Randall and Opkirk on Blu-ray, yeah. Jim Jones, oh, cool, mate. Yeah. Need to look for them titles. I think Spirit are with Ari releasing some James. Oh, yeah, the people who are taking over network titles.
Well, there's two companies,
Yeah.
isn't there? There's
Yeah.
Gold Media and Spirit.
Yeah.
Aren't there?
I've got a series due in post called Freedom of the Sword from the 50s. Oh, I wonder what era
Trouble I find with stuff from the 50s is it's sometimes very bitty and doesn't have them all there.
Yeah.
And although that wouldn't normally upset me or anything like that,
Yeah.
it's just sometimes I find that I get to the end of the disc and I feel cheated a little bit because, especially if it's a series which intertwines with each other, I go,
Yeah.
oh, I wonder what happened in that one episode.
Yeah.
Why haven't they got that?
But
Why did they bloody scrub it? When's that going to be bloody coming back?
I get that, but a part of me says, well, at least we've got some representation.
Got those, yeah.
And,
but the trouble is,
if
if it was a one-off series and you got 4 of the 6 episodes,
yeah,
of course, I'm glad I've got 4 of the 6 episodes. But if it's a series I've never heard of, and I got to the end thinking that was a great series, bugger me if they've got 2 that they ain't got there.
I know, it's
annoying. I'm just going. Sometimes I feel a little bit cheated because I'd really want those 2.
Yeah,
it's another bloody program where they.
Yeah,
I'm never get to see the 2 in my lifetime. You know what I mean?
There is a lot, I'm afraid, isn't there? For some reason,
yeah, there is. You mentioned yourself about the old grey whistle test and all sorts of stuff.
I can't believe anybody would wipe these things. You know, I'm top
well,
of the
we all
pops.
know why.
Top of the pops is culturally.
Yeah, but we all know why now. But it's all foresight, isn't it? It's all.
Yeah.
If you had foresight, then you know full well.
Yeah.
The BBC never had the space, and also they had the right idea. Who in the right mind, when color comes along, wants to watch black and white? But the trouble with that is that they wouldn't think about junking something that's historic, that is a that is, say, an information film about what you should not do with strangers, say, right? Because they think to themselves that's still got value in a color world. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, you would have thought
the problem was the problem I have is that certain areas of England didn't have color until 1978. They were places like the Isle of Wight. They didn't have transmitters. So why they thought black and white was a dead medium when they were still broadcasting black and white in the ITV regions for those areas, it amuses me. I don't know how far behind the Europe was with black and white and color. Were we quite behind, or were we middle of the road? Because apparently they were still selling black and white stuff over to China or Japan or Portugal and things like that. Where were those up to color at that point? Then I don't know.
Yeah,
I haven't looked into that. Nobody actually ever says, by the way, Portugal was totally in color by 1972. So basically, they stopped selling Doctor Who in 1972 to Portugal, or something like that. They always talk about when we went color and when we junked and when we started the bringing stuff back. but it never talks about when those countries that did start sending stuff back, when
Yeah.
they entered color. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they held on to those tapes for a bloody long time.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I can't understand that why, even with something like Top of the Pops, and they must have known the importance of the Beatles and Rolling Stones. They were massive bands, and
Yeah, but they
you
broke
can't
up.
believe that they
They
actually.
broke up.
You just can't believe it. You know, there's no. I think the only Beatles thing that has survived on Top of the Pops is when they did All You Need Is Love. They did a special thing. And all the other appearances, and there's the little Doctor Who bit, that's all we've got. The
No,
Beatles
but
and the Rolling
I
Stones.
think there's a documentary that the BBC said,
Yeah.
but the Beatles were broken up.
Uh,
The only reason that the Beatles was highly regarded and remembered was when John Lennon got shot, which is 10 years later.
yes. But you look at, I mean, it just like the Rolling Stones as well. They suffered and they were as big. You know, I mean, maybe not quite as big as the Beatles, but they were a blooming big band.
Yeah.
There's hardly anything ahead.
What I'm trying to say, Ian, is
Yeah.
I'm agreeing with you,
Yeah,
but I also
but
recognise the
nobody had the
BBC.
foresight.
I recognise the BBC statement that until John Lennon died, the Beatles were still alive. They just decided they didn't want to do any recording together anymore.
Yeah,
You already had Wings, and you already had John Lennon
yeah,
doing his stuff, and you had Ringo doing his stuff, and George
yeah.
Harrison doing their
I've
stuff.
got a feeling though McCartney would have kept. I think in an interview he said if they'd have sent him anything of the Beatles, he would have kept them. He would have been happy. But
Yeah, the
obviously he
BBC
didn't
though
say
probably
that publicly.
the
But
the
McCartney is the archivist for the Beatles.
Yeah, the BBC though had a right to I think they recognised like data, you know, data
There was all that
integrity.
stuff.
In other words, it's our intellectual property, and we can't really sell it.
Yeah, but don't forget
because we're a company
yeah,
that's a public broadcast
yeah.
thing. You know,
I mean, we're fortunate that there were people who produced these things. I thought, well, I want my own copy. So instead of binning it, they kept it themselves. We're fortunate. Oh, they went and retrieved them. I mean, there's stories of them retrieving programs. Thank God that they did that. Otherwise, we would have even less.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I tell you what, I'd have loved to have been. If I could go back in time, I'd love to be at the skip where they were chucking these bloody films out. I'd be back in my TARDIS.
Yeah.
I'd park it right next to the skip. Every 5 o'clock, I'd be there. Every 5 o'clock, going right. I'm sticking that in the boot of my car.
Yeah. Actually,
you know what I mean?
Taking this further, if you look at the history of films, there's stacks of films that have gone missing or were destroyed.
Oh, yeah.
Hollywood used to get rid of films. You're thinking, how did they get rid of films?
They not only got rid of them, right? But they've also had things like warehouses burned down.
Fires. Yeah, I know there's been fires as well.
Fires has been one of the biggest killers of film. It's unbelievable.
And
that and water logging.
Guess what else is? They're not storing them properly, and now it's catching up. I've heard people on about this nowadays, still today, saying one of the great threats still to a lot of film is that they're not storing them properly.
It's the acid in the air.
Yeah, but they're saying we need to get in there now to some of these archives and get taking off.
Well, they have to be in an air preserved film.
Yeah,
an air preserved environment, should I say?
Yeah.
And these warehouses, they get hot, they get cold.
Yes.
They're not any, you know.
If we don't go in there, we're going to lose even more.
Just think how many. Just think how many silent films around the era of Laurel and Hardy have gone missing.
Yeah,
The Hal Roach Studios went down in the 60s, they had all of the stuff there. What happened to
Yeah.
all of those films?
Yeah.
It was bought by Lucille Ball's company, wasn't it? Hal Roach
Yeah.
Studios, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's Desilu Studios. She
All
knocked it
these.
down. I think
Yeah.
she knocked it down. I mean, she
Yeah.
she is a herald to me because
Yeah.
she funded Star Trek, but she funded it in ways like demolishing um,
Yeah.
companies that she thought were no longer. All she wanted was the rights.
Yeah.
That's all she wanted. She wanted the
Yeah.
production. She wanted the production equipment and all of that sort of stuff. You
Yeah.
know, everything else she couldn't give a shit about.
I think the one thing we can say is the Americans were better at archiving than we were.
Oh yeah, for definite.
Much
And they
better.
got a bigger land space.
Yeah. Yeah. And of course, they had a lot in colour, didn't they? As well.
They got colour.
Yeah,
15,
which we didn't
15
have.
about 15 years earlier than us. I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you see, we were at a disadvantage because our PAL system was much sharper than theirs. They had a small amount of lines. Theirs was 525 lines. Ours was 600 and something, which basically meant that color was really hard to implement because of the higher definition.
Yes. Yeah.
Nature. They all they had to do to get color. If you have a look, their sports were terrible. If you watch their American football from the 50s and it's shown in color, it's a blurry mess.
Oh dear. Yeah.
They couldn't get because the screen couldn't keep up with the color shift.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we waited until we got it all exactly right, no matter what happens. Do you know what I mean? And that's, I suppose that's one way of looking at it. And you could turn around and say, do I want murky color earlier or do I want color to be right? I'd have probably have turned around at the time and said, I want it earlier.
Yeah.
You know, Christ, who wants black and white when I can have color? I don't give a shit that it's murky. Give it me now.
I think some people are shocked that the 1966 World Cup final is in black and white by the BBC, but somebody was there, weren't they? A film company, and they filmed it in colour.
That's
so
right.
We do have a colour, but the BBC
they've also got cameras that were there for the showing of it in cinemas.
Yes, that's it. The cinemas. We're lucky, really. We had that because the BBC were black and white.
I mean, Muckman Movies said American TV was NTSC, wasn't it? Yeah, it's. I always used to call it never the same color.
Yeah,
NTSC, right? Because if you ever watch Star Trek: The Next Generation, the American one, they never got reds right. It looked brown over here and red, and
colors,
dullish red, and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah.
And of course, because of their hertz being 60 hertz and ours being 50, the pitch of the voice was wrong. So Picard sounded high pitched.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? He sounded like a chipmunk sometimes. You know what I mean? I remember those tapes coming out going, I wonder if they've done a good conversion this time.
Yeah.
They were getting better and better each season. But the early ones,
the
early ones were like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Thank heavens they did. Yeah. Anyhow, let's thanks Tony. Jim Jones says, is it Sword of Friezen, James, set in the 15th or 16th century, Italy or Spain? Not watched it all, seen a few episodes. That's the network one. Who likes Gracie Field films? I know I've heard of Gracie Field. She was a singer, but I must admit it wouldn't be something I probably would be interested in that much. I know she was a singer and people liked her at the time. That's it, Tony. 39 episodes. Oh, right. Not me, James. Yeah. My collection is near complete, as he says, ordering more networks. Laugh out loud. Yes, that's a surprise, isn't it?
Well, Jim Jab's always turned around and said it's almost complete from what he wants to collect. Networks huge, isn't it? I mean, and I don't know of any website that lists every single bloody episode they ever brought out.
Oh, yeah.
I wish I could find that. I'll tell you what, I bet that's a huge spreadsheet.
Jeez, it would be. He says here, my bus has just broke down. Oh, well, I hope now it's sorted out.
Well, I
You've got
mean, Jim Jam, I didn't know you had a bus. I mean, for God's sake, I mean, if you've got a bus, bring it here, mate. I mean, you're making no end of money around here, I tell you. I take it what you meant is the bus you're on, not your bus.
Yeah. Charles says, Ian, I've typed a blog about migrant spending and my computer froze. Yeah. Don't talk to me about my computer and laptop. Yeah, that's if you.
No, I think what he's trying to get at, you know, that you had your comment disappear. He's wondering if there's a connection.
Yes,
he's talking something about something that's very very conscious in the world today, and then his computer broke when he was doing
names like migrant being pointed out and things like that. I get you. Yeah.
That would indicate that Big Brother's watching.
Yeah,
because you didn't actually send it somewhere, did you?
Yeah, I didn't. With what I wrote for you, I don't think I used anything. I was talking about what I normally talk about, the films I was watching. I don't think there was anything controversial.
No, but
I wrote about the film that Jamie sent me, Sightseers. I was talking about that, and I don't think there's anything controversial in that.
It might be because of something that happened earlier in the week where they're looking at your logarithm and they just basically block stuff.
Yeah, I did mention about. There is a certain thing that happened, but I didn't really go into that.
But it could be as simple as that at the time that you sent it, the servers didn't acknowledge receipt of it.
Yeah.
It can be as simple as it's beyond anybody's control, because remember your web browser basically clears cache every so often, right?
Yeah.
And what you have to understand is when you hit send, it has to go across about 15 servers before it actually gets anywhere.
Yeah.
And if one of those servers is down and there isn't a path around it, it's lost.
Yeah. But it still would appear that it's not. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it got there and it looked like it was attached, and I checked, I went back, I went out, and it was still attached to you. So I thought, oh well, it's done. It's fine.
Do you remember what I said? I never got an acknowledgement that it was ever even got to.
Yes, I know. Yeah.
Which means that you saw it, but nobody else.
Yeah, and I kept saying, I still think that my mobile phone has a mind of its own, and I know you said it's probably not, but I still think it could have been something to do with my mobile phone because I sent it on there.
Like I said, it could. I would think it's something along the lines of you hit send and it didn't acknowledge it.
Yeah, I reckon if I sent it on here, it'd get it.
It might have done, but then again, remember Steve's Gaming also has this problem.
Yeah.
And so does Robert's.
I mean, it's making me think. Oh, right. When I send something on Friday to you, I'll do it. I might do it on my laptop now. It's that bad.
Well, write it in Notepad and copy and paste it in.
Yeah, I might do that. I don't know. We'll see anyhow. I've decided. Because I have a certain day and I have a certain time, I think.
I mean,
I've got to do
it will be good to write it and save it, possibly, because I've seen some of your spelling recently. It's bloody awful. I mean, I don't know how you became a librarian and a teacher.
Do you know something? The phone is getting worse. It really is.
It's you. It's you dafter. It's you and your brain, you daft duffer. It's you.
And the phone.
Nothing to do with any phone. Don't start mingling with technology. It's you.
Yeah. Anyhow, okay, I'll say it's me. I'm going senile. Thank you. That's what you wanted to hear. Does anybody know how many releases Network did, TV and films? I don't know.
I've already said I don't know any site. I don't know.
Jim Jam says, no idea, Tony. They started in 1997. That's a long time ago. So they've been going quite a few years.
I thought they started earlier than that.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Starmer to blame for bus breakdowns and freezing computers. Oh, Trump. Yeah. Which one do you blame? Both of them. Yeah, actually. Are you having to walk now, James? Tony, what is the rarest network series you own? I don't know. Tony, he might not know. And then he says, no, Tony just opt on a different bus. So he went on a different bus.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a question. I'll have to think a minute. There's something about that. Having a cheeky carbona for tea. Carbonara, sorry. Charles, yes, Tony Labour, don't like you talking about migrants. Migrants are more in favour over disabled and pensioners.
Yeah.
They don't like
it's
it.
It's a hot topic, in other words.
I have Ghost Squad, James, an early 60s ITC series. I think it was out of print a fair while before network stopped trading. All right.
It's very hard to say what's the rarest network. I mean,
yeah,
how do you know?
Yeah, I know a lot of people, the Blu-rays, don't they, that came out just before they went under. People would really like to have. But which was it? The Tony Curtis and Roger Moore one that came out. Did that came out?
Oh, the Persuaders. That was one of the last ones.
Yeah. I know. Right. Who remembers Two of a Kind?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, Two of a Kind.
Two of a Kind. Yeah. Two of a Kind is Two of a Kind is Eric Morecambe and Ernie Wise.
Wow, sounds awesome. Yeah. I'm carrying on.
Morecambe, I just wondered, did you hear it? That was Morecambe and Wise.
Yes, I heard you say Morecambe and Wise. Yeah, and I know you're going to go and tell us about the Morecambe and Wise stuff. You know your Morecambe and Wise stuff. You want to do a big thing about Morecambe and Wise on your channel. Well, you want to get copies.
I know that Two of a Kind in America is a totally different program.
Yeah. Yeah, just an idea.
It was Morecambe and Wise on the ITV before they went over to BBC.
Yeah,
they died a death on the BBC. Then they went over to ITV. And they did a show that wasn't really particularly fantastic. Good. Then they went over to the BBC, and that didn't do very well either. Then Eric Morecambe had a heart attack. When he came back, the writing partnership had changed because the people that were from ATV left, and they brought on Braben, didn't they, as a writer? And then they took off, and every single Christmas and every single show was pure gold. That's the history of Morecambe and Wise, basically.
Yeah, you ought to do a thing on Morecambe and Wise, definitely. You could do a video of it sometime. I know I always say this, and I know it's difficult for you to do, and I appreciate that.
There's a lot of information as well based on that 20 DVD set I got last week.
Because I know you've got a lot of knowledge about Morecambe and Wise, so it's something you could do. But hopefully in the future you might do something.
I might do, yeah.
Yeah, that would be good. And then add some network bargee from
bargains from charity shops.
Oh yeah, bargains from charity shops. I know we see them. Yeah, who was in Two of a Kind? Don't have any kids shows I can think of. Tony says Two of a Kind. David Copper.
No, it's Three of a Kind.
Tracy, it's Three of a Kind. Talking about the comedy series.
That was Tracy Ullman's. That was Tracy Ullman's debut show, and when she left, she married a producer. She married a producer in America, didn't she? And she set up her own show.
Yeah, I think the David Copperfield series was Three of a Kind.
Three of a Kind. Yeah.
Right, Tony, wrong show. Currently 580 subs, bloody miles away. Oh, I'm sorry, Muckman. You'll get there. You will get there.
He's got twice as many as me, you miserable bastard. Every time you do a show, you've got twice as many views as me.
Yeah, I hope you get more. Come on, we need to get more for you.
Wanting to have more?
Yeah, I hope everybody subscribes here, Jamie.
I'd like it to be at 680 next week.
Yeah, and there it is. There is Delboy. Put your link in. There it is.
Do right. So I'll promote Muckman to the end of days.
Yeah. There you are. And there's put that there. And thank you, Delboy. Brilliant.
My pleasure.
Ian and Del. Monster model kits in the 70s. Yeah. Oh, right. That's about monster kits that Charles was talking about. Yeah.
That's what I was talking about.
You have great viewers sticking with your chat for up to 4 hours. I don't know how to do it. Yeah, we've got 11 people at the moment. For us, it's great. I'm only here for the generous pay. Yes. Yeah. The pay. Hardcore. Me too, Tony. Subscribe, Muckman Movies. Brilliant. I'm glad Andy's subscribed to you.
Yeah, 581 now.
Yeah. It's like the London Marathon every Wednesday, a challenge on our stamina. You can do it, Jamie, lad. Yeah, bye. Cheers, Andy. That's good. Nice one, Charles. Ian, I asked the question in Delboy's vlog. I asked this question in Delboy's vlog. Oh, right.
Oh, I know what that is. Yeah, good luck.
If you had a dinner party for 6 people, which 5 people, alive or dead, would you invite? Don't have to be just from TV or film. Oh, right. Crikey.
For the 6 people, you're one of them. 5 people, who are you going to invite?
Yeah, well, 2 I know straight away. Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee.
Peter Cushing? Who's he?
Peter Cushing, wow.
You mean Cushing?
Yeah, Peter Cushing.
You said Cushing. Who's Peter Cushing?
Who else?
What about your wife?
You wouldn't include your wife. She'd be there with you, wouldn't she?
You see, I answered the question that my dad I'd bring along because I'd just spend any minute with my dad back. But he'd also like to speak to Muhammad Ali, which I chose as one of my people, you know.
That's nice. David Bowie and
Napoleon.
It's controversial, but I'm fascinated by him. Oliver Cromwell. It is controversial, but
why not? I said if you want to go far back, I might have said Beethoven.
Yeah, I definitely would say Cromwell because he fascinates me. And one more.
What about
Spielberg? Steven Spielberg.
You wouldn't have had Whispering, whatever his name, from the old Grey Whistle.
Bob Harris. Yeah, he would have been interesting. Yeah, but there's loads. But yeah, I thought Spielberg is such a person that you know, wow. Yeah, that's mine in it. I think I've covered it. I think I have. But Whispering Bob Harris might get a look.
Interesting.
But
I can't remember all of mine. I think I said Muhammad Ali for definite.
Yeah.
I think I even think I even said Jack Lemmon.
You did. You did. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because you saw the blog, didn't you? Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I saw
Yeah.
it, and I was
Yeah,
waiting.
let's move on then. Yeah,
Oh, where's
sorry.
my comment? Oh, all right.
I secretly deleted saying
Yeah,
that
I thought,
bastard.
bloody hell, I spent
That
all
bastard.
Friday.
I'm sick
doing
of
that.
promoting him, the bastard. I'm getting rid of this comment.
Yeah, I bet you was. I could hear you going, "Where the bloody hell? What's he done? Yeah, where is it? Bloody hell! You can't even be bothered to watch this now." Right. So, your five. What were your five again? Muhammad
I'm saying,
Ali.
I think it was. I said my dad. I said Muhammad
Yeah.
Ali. I think I said Jack Lemmon. I've
You
got
did.
my blog.
You did
I've
say-
got my blog notes here.
You did say Jack Lemmon. You did say him.
Let's have a look.
Those
Hang on.
three, and you said, "What was the other
Oh,
one?"
John Romita Senior.
Yeah.
Said James,
Yeah.
but I also said Beethoven. Yeah,
All right.
there's a possibility. If I can't have my dad, I'd have probably have had Beethoven.
Yeah.
And I'd have probably have asked him, how did you do that bloody Fifth Symphony, Death? And then I'd
Yeah.
probably have had to have shouted it a couple of times.
Yeah. Oh wow. Oh dear.
But it would have been interesting about Muhammad Ali because, I mean, I know that he wrote an awful lot in regards to his remorse over how he treated certain boxers. What the nicknames he called them. I mean, obviously he had a right back then, and he turned around and said that it made them a lot of money because that promotion to have that much ferocity in your vocabulary meant that there was so much hatred that you would have gone to that fight just to see if you could punch his lights out, right?
Yeah.
That's how you make money, right? And he didn't really mean it. But the trouble is, he passed it. He went far too much past the mark on it. But anyway, we'll move on. I was just saying that.
Yeah.
I'd like to know more about his poetry, like when he started to, because he the one thing I know about Muhammad Ali, he left school with hardly any education, and yet he was so well versed. Where did he get that education for writing and all of that sort of stuff?
Yeah.
Because he spent all his time boxing. What did he do? Did he get night schooling or something? What the hell? Or did he have somebody write down these things and they were just out of his brain? I don't know. I don't know if he had a ghostwriter or not. But he wrote things like they came in chains and all of this sort of stuff. And I'm just going, it must have been the words of of Allah, where he was religious. They must have taught him an awful lot. All I gotta say.
Yeah.
Carry on anyway.
Yeah, I'd ask David Bowie, what music would he have loved to have got into that he never did in his recording?
Yeah.
Would he have done, for instance, something that you would never ever associate with him? Could he have done country music? Something totally that you wouldn't expect.
Did he do any synth music?
Did he dabble? Did a lot of synth music. Low.
Did he? No, what I mean, did he dabble in synth in the same way that Human League did?
Well,
I think he had a Moog synth, but I don't think he did it in the same way that Human League or Duran did.
Low is quite a trend-setting album in terms of him and what he did. I mean, he did a whole side of synth music, really, of all different variations and sounds.
Oh, good.
It's an amazing album because you've got a commercial album. On the first side, you've got him doing a lot of his standard songs, very good ones as well, like Golden Years and what have you.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
then
yeah.
on the second side, he just goes where he's never been
Do you know
before.
what? That's so eerily Mike Oldfield. It's unbelievable because Mike Oldfield would always do a shorts side and then he'd do this
Yeah,
instrumental
yeah,
stuff that took up one whole side.
yeah.
And
Well,
it went off in
yeah,
all sorts of tangents with
yeah.
instruments and stuff. It was like, wow.
Knowing Bowie, he would have listened to all this stuff. He would have been listening to everything. He apparently he used to buy loads of records and was always
Yeah.
knowledgeable. So he would have known all these sounds. Anyhow, you're right. So hopefully I've answered your question there. Final watch of the week: The Convert 2023, set in 1830s New Zealand during the musket wars between Maori clans after they first obtained firearms from British sailors. Stars Guy Pearce. Wow, he's a great actor, is Guy Pearce.
Yeah.
I'm sure that is a good film. Again, another
although you don't like brutality.
Well, no, but I appreciate him as an actor.
I'm joking with you. Carry on.
As I said, anyhow, I could go into what happened with his character.
That was to wind you up.
I know. You can't stop about the Brutalist. It did well at the Oscars. I know. Yeah. The Musket Wars. I don't know a great deal about New Zealand history, so that would be quite interesting. 1830 as well.
I think it's a huge. Yeah. I think it's a very. I'll tell you what. I'd love to read the history of firearms.
Oh, wow! You could go
for England because, to be quite honest, I know full well that we only survived certain wars because we spent a whole year developing the cannon, didn't we? We tried to get a single mold to fire a ball-bearing ball, and all the time the cannons would crack, wouldn't they? Because we couldn't get the right temperature, and suddenly, all of a sudden, we found a way. Where the imperfections all went to the top or something in the mold, and all of a sudden, then we ruled the seas because nobody could come up with a cannon like ours. And that to me interests me. All of the flintlock stuff.
Yeah,
and how
I'll tell you what. You need to go to Leeds to the museum there, the big massive museum. Is it the warfare one? Which has got loads. You've probably been. Did you go when you were up there?
No, but I've been to the War Museum in London.
Yeah, but this is all about the firearms, the history of firearms. Right from bows and arrows going right back, slings, right.
No, but it just amuses me how the very early ones where you stuck a piece of cloth in, you fired it, and you just went like that, right? Yeah, it's going to blow my head off. I'm going to fire.
I know. Yeah, I know. It is interesting. Yeah,
it doesn't even have a trigger. You just stick a bloody cloth and light it. And just go.
I like look at that tournament. Is it any good? That's what it's on about. Do you think England would be in a better place if Germany won the war? They looked after their pensioners and disabled better today.
I can answer that.
That's an interesting question. Go on, you answer it.
I mean, my answer to that was if Germany had won the war, then their attitude would not have changed. The very nature of the fact that they look after their pensioners and the disabled today is because of all of the changes they had to make themselves back into a country that wasn't resented. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I think Hitler would have killed half the pensioners.
And I'd just like to say that a lot of disabled people ended up in concentration camps and being
I do not think that Germany have won the war that you would even be talking about pensioners and disabled.
They would have exterminated them.
And have killed them all.
There were imperfections.
You'd have had a society where you'd have died at 40 or something. It would have been he was maniacal over the superior race, and his superior
Exactly.
race probably had a limit of being aged 40, and then you died.
He
or
was
something.
trying to breed effectively. He was trying to breed a superior race.
Yeah,
That's what he
in
wanted.
fact, Kirk
And
turns
the
round, doesn't
experiments
he?
were
And
about.
Kirk turns round and says in Unforgiven Country, and he says, "We need breeding room." Hitler, 1930, whatever it was. You know, that
Yeah.
was a line that Hitler came
Yeah.
up with.
Yeah. Yeah. Because didn't they select certain German women that were effectively special? Were going to be the mothers of the Reich.
Yeah, steroid. They
Yeah.
were given steroids.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. They
Steroid
had a whole
injection.
philosophy and a whole program trying to implement all this and picking bloke. You know, it's ironic, isn't it, that Hitler looks anything but Germanic. This one, their idea of
if you did not have a German bloodline, you were an alien.
Yeah, yeah. I always think it's interesting way that they can, with a bit of sort of looking at the bloodlines and the lifeline, they can link Hitler with Jewish blood in his family, distant families.
I mean, I'm interested to know what your answer is now after you've heard mine, because I'm telling you now, I don't think there'd be any pensioners and disabled around. So.
No, there were no. I'm afraid if Germany had won the war, this country, we'd have been fighting. There'd have been an underground to try and overthrow the Nazis. But the pensioners.
I'll ask a question. I'll ask a question, Ian. I'm sorry to interrupt, but how would have Germany gotten on with Russia?
Well, Russia's interesting. As I look at it,
because as they kept spreading and taking over parts of the world, at what point would Russia have been a contention?
I think what they would have done if things have gone to plan for Germany, they would have used the Japanese, because the Japanese could easily as far as the Japanese, China was easy. China was not partly British fault as well, that China was in such disarray because of what we'd done as a colonial power. We hadn't looked after it as a country properly. The Japanese came in, were able to overrun it. Now, if the Japanese had have expanded more, it's quite clear that they would have gone that way, entered into Russia. So could you imagine having Japan on one side at their best, at their full flight, and the Germans? I think Russia would have had a lot of problems.
Yeah, but think about it. All our resources were down to nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, where were they going to get the minerals to fight an army like Russia and Japan?
Yeah, I know.
Who weren't even in the war that much, and so basically they were fresh in regards to all of their munitions.
I agree. I think Hitler's mistake, his big mistake, everybody knows what his mistake was, that he didn't carry on. He decided he'd got France, and he thought, right, the British will surrender, and they'll easily. They really did think that they would invade Britain quite easily, but they messed about. They didn't do it when they should have. The momentum was with them, and they threw it out. And the Battle of Britain was a very important victory for our country.
Yeah.
Because it put him off invading. If he'd have ignored the Battle of Britain, if he'd have just carried on and really put his efforts into an invasion, I think they would have possibly, but not necessarily, succeeded, because the momentum at that time was with him. But his mistake was that he didn't win the Battle of Britain. And we, even though we see it as a victory, it was a victory. We were very near. It was a very near thing. But it's something actually in our history we should be proud of, the Battle of Britain, because it really was an important thing that happened there. You know, it wasn't seen as a massive victory, but it was on reflection because it put the Nazis off. And I say their mistake was invading Russia. But anyway, I've gone on a bit too long there.
Yeah,
but it's an interesting thing.
Here's my joke at the end of that. Yeah, how many Oscars did Battle of Britain get? Yeah, it was a good film. Yeah. You're talking about the actual battle. Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about film.
I do get what I get. Sort of every Tom, Dick, and Harry actor appeared in Battle of Britain. You know, even if they were only in the one scene, it's spot the actors, and it perhaps. In a way, it could actually, you could say, weakens the film a bit because it's all these performances of these actors. We don't get concentrated on the real characters, you know, enough. There's not enough central, but I can see why it was done as a film. It's a crowd pleaser. It was a crowd pleaser.
Anyway, we better get cracking on, haven't we?
Yeah. Tony says, really enjoyed it. I do like films set in a relatively unusual location times. Not many I can think of this time. You know, New Zealand, I would agree. We don't know much history about that. I don't know. God, no, because the far right would be in power and the Germany that exists now wouldn't exist. That's true. It wouldn't. Yeah. Is the piano set in the same era, Tony? Oh yeah, the piano.
I think it
piano as a couple of years ago for the first time and loved it. Holly Hunter is incredible in it. It's a film that's talked about a lot. Piano, yeah, I agree. The Cyberman Master Missy story was.
That's
great.
what I was talking about. Capaldi,
yeah. I do have the piano on DVD, Jamie. Yes, since I saw it, it's definitely set in New Zealand. I think it's a little later, maybe 1850s. McCoy at the time wasn't popular. Later years, more appreciated. That's probably true. Yeah.
Even though there was a good 8 years or so between the two.
Tennant, I like this phrase. Andy says, Tennant's doctor was a wet wipe. That's a good phrase to use. Silence in the Library. Yes.
That's an episode that was quite good.
What's her name was in that? I've forgotten her name.
River Song.
That's it. River Song. Yeah. Planet Midnight.
That's the episode I couldn't remember.
Eccleston still does Doctor on audio disc, Big Finish Company, of course.
He came back last year and said he'll do it there, but he won't do it anywhere else while those bastard producers are still there.
That was a terrible season end with Davros, Dr.
Donna,
terrible. The American Doctor Who didn't work. I remember the hype of watching it live. He's a better Doctor than the film. Yeah, I think that's probably true. I love classic. I grew up with it. I also like some of the new stuff. Not this garbage we get now, however. I suspect most people our age feel that.
The Doctor does Singing in the Rain. You go fuck off.
But I've seen some of the Facebook things with Doctor Who fans, and they're all younger, and they love it. They absolutely love it. So what can we do? We can't do anything. I said, any news stories, Doctor Who, I'll watch with the Daleks and Cybermen, I think. I like where you put I think cautiously. Yeah. Question. Do you think the 14th Doctor is actually the real Doctor and the 15th could be the Valeyard or Curator?
Well, that Valeyard story I still think holds up. I think the Doctor plotting his own death is quite funny, to be quite honest. And I think that's an interesting twist. It was only implied. It was never actually said. But everybody believed the Valeyard was an incarnation of the Doctor in the future. And I think that's quite good. Yeah. I really do like that.
Yeah. I'm going to let that. I won't say anymore. I think that's a good, because we'd be here till Christmas again. Tony says, Don't know if you're making any new stories with them, Charles. I have seen any who since Tennant left, apart from occasional clips. Charles, such a same. Sorry, if that happens, Doctor Who is slipping down the. It says ban now. I don't know what, but pan. Yeah, it could be pan now. Yeah,
Yeah, it's supposed to say
yeah.
such a shame.
Yeah,
It says such a shame, Tony. And all
yeah.
that.
Any fans of Tales of the Unexpected? Yes, I was a fan. I've got it all on network, the whole series.
Yeah, I've got the
Forget
whole
what that is.
season on network.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's always on Sky Arts every
Yeah.
weekend, Saturday and Sunday.
I would say, I think though the memory cheats a bit with Tales of the Unexpected. There's some pretty awful ones as well that are just not very good. There's some really terrible ones.
You have to look at them and you go, "Where's the story in that?" I don't know what the ending meant.
But you've got it spot on. Yeah.
And there's some. I love this one with Sir John Gielgud where he's going around as a vicar, trying to pick up one of the Chippendale furniture. He thinks he's found the Chippendale.
That's right. Yes.
They go, and then I like stories like that because right at the end it's like, "Oh, you chopped it up the firewood, you bastards!"
But if you look at the whole series, in truth, there were more that were not as good. That we remember those that are really good.
It got weak. Very average. When you get to sort of like season 7, you start getting really like quite weird. But the Peter Cushing one was brilliant.
Yes,
the one where he's a fencing and he's remembering it.
He's a Nazi.
When he goes back into the concentration camp where he's a prisoner of war.
Yeah, that's right.
That's really quite good.
Yeah.
And the one where Hitler's born.
Oh yeah.
That was a good one. She'd miscarried 3 times, then came out with a baby like Hitler. Bloody hell. Couldn't you have miscarried another time, please? Because I'm telling you what, we'd have been better off.
Yeah.
And then he does a little dance walking home, clicking his heel because he got a baby boy called Hitler. Jesus. That makes me laugh, that one.
Right. Only a matter of time before charity shops stop selling media. I don't know.
I don't think that.
Interesting.
I'll tell you what, the only charity shop I've seen that does not sell media at the moment is our hospital that's got a little charity shop called League of Friends. They take books, they take puzzles, but they won't sell DVDs or CDs.
Shame.
And even if the charity shops stop, they'll be at secondhand. They'll be in car boot sales.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll ever go away. I don't think they'll go away anytime soon.
No. Got most of them, James. Who was in Two of a Kind? You mentioned earlier. Oh yeah, we mentioned that. Charles saying Night Sigh. Charles Duncan Knight, we decided to cancel our Sky subscription next month when our contract finishes. It's getting crazy expensive now. Going to try Now TV, which is the third of the price.
Which is a third of the price.
Yeah. I've not got Sky.
Well, you're actually in a better position when you do that because when you leave. And you go over to the other one, when they put their prices up, which they will, and you go back over to Sky, you'll come across as a new customer. You get a bargain.
Yeah.
When you're a new customer.
Yeah.
Christ, the amount of times I've seen, come over to Sky, you can have everything for 50 quid for 6
months.
Yeah. Of course, when the 6 month runs out, it's like 130.
Yeah, then we want it back. Yeah.
And you're trapped in a 2-year bloody contract.
Yeah, that's it. American TV was in NTSC, I believe. Yeah, that's it. Yes, it was McMahon. We used PAL. The 1966 60 Cups final has to be released in color recently. All right.
I think that's supposed to say has been released.
Yeah.
Recently.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's good. I know they filmed it, and as you said, I think it was for the cinema, wasn't it? in color.
I think there were color cameras at
Yeah,
the at
What
Wembley.
I've seen color in color. I'm sure I've seen clips of the '66 final in color. You would have done. As I said, they filmed it.
I don't think the whole thing was preserved in color, which is why I think the BBC had to do some preservation of turning it to color.
Yeah,
from their footage, because I think there was a break in the transmission to the cinemas or something like that.
Yeah. Charles Duncan, the BBC transmitted the full match in colour over 60 years. Over the 60
No,
years.
for the 60-year anniversary.
Ah, right, yeah. Yeah, there was the anniversary, of course, yeah. Celebration, yes. There's time, I think, for bed now, guys. See you next time. Bye, Charles. Night, Charles. Night, Tony. And it would have gone Logan's Run live.
Live till 30. Live till 30, I think that's supposed to be.
Russia had lost a war not less than a century. Japan. Oh, yes, of course. I forgot about the Russian war about, I think, 1905, so around that time.
Wow, you're good.
Or it could have been just before that. Because 1905 is the first Russian Revolution, Battleship Potemkin and all that stuff.
Oh, then Potemkin.
Yeah, there was a war.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that was the first Russian Revolution. No.
Yeah, 1905 is counted as the first. It failed, of course, but it was important because troops had enough. They didn't want to fight, And that Battleship Potemkin is where the Navy, they revolt. You've seen that famous thing, haven't you?
Yeah.
Russo-Japanese Wars. It is 1904 to 5. Some say it was the spark that ignited the late Russian Revolution. I think there's a lot in that, Tony. It had a massive psychological effect. It really did. And certainly the 1905 revolution. Hitler didn't want British Empire involved. Well, there was a German Empire, which they had African countries. I think they would have liked India, Germany, and a few other places.
They would have, by taking over England, they would have got a huge chunk of the British Empire. And they would have had a massive foothold. They would have actually surrendered, even though they were miles and miles away. So they would have got. It would be like having the Risk board game. You took over England, and all of a sudden you could put a piece in about 9 different bloody squares on the whole of the bloody board just by taking that one bit of land.
Yeah,
that's why that one place was so important for them to actually attack.
Yeah.
Because we'd have just fell over. We'd have just gone, take the lot.
Yeah. Why do you think Germany fought in North Africa for a lot? Rommel and all that stuff.
Yeah, what is the importance of it is what you have to ask yourself, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's what you have to ask yourself.
Another mistake.
It's what you have to ask yourself is what is the importance of fighting for that?
Yeah.
Because if you do fight for that and you win that, then you get this. That's what you have to look at.
Yeah. But Rommel was his career was massive in that bit, but of course he was one of the generals who wanted to get rid of Hitler. That led to his downfall.
Yeah. Is there a Lady Bird? Is there a Lady Bird book on this?
I'm
only joking. Carry on. I'm only joking.
Hitler should never open the second front against Russia until he had surrendered and come to some agreement. Also, Hitler was mad enough to declare war on the US after Pearl Harbor. That is true, which was still attacking Russia. That was rather stupid of Hitler to but they were their allies. They signed an agreement with Japan, but they shouldn't have immediately declared war against the US. It was a big mistake as well. Though inevitably,
just think how big, just think how strong and big America was.
exactly, they'd built up. America was invested in our country as well, very much.
It provoked America to say, "Hey, if you're going to come after us, we'll come in now, then, mate."
Yeah,
that was it.
That's right. It was, yeah.
We'll slap your ass.
Yeah,
if you want.
Yeah. It's interesting. I like it when you see these films that there's an American Nazi party who were trying to get the Americans to support Germany, and of course, they didn't last long. I managed a charity shop a few years ago. The donations of DVDs and other media was too much to control, and had to sell them for pence. Yeah.
It's just amazing how things have changed, though, isn't it, over the last couple of years? I mean, I go in there now, and they're forever. I see forever people looking at the DVD section. They're not looking at the puzzles. They're over at I'll tell you where they go. They go to the vinyl section first.
Yeah.
And then they go to the DVD section.
Yeah. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. Well, I think some of them as well are trying to sell for a profit. They're looking for anything that looks good, and they know it'll make money, and they'll put it on eBay then.
Yeah.
Right. Jim Jones saying night, lads. Good night.
Night.
Tony says good night. All good night. And
hang on. Before you go any further, make a note of the time. That's when he gets paid till, right? He left before 12:30. There is no way that you're going to pay him for that last 30 minutes. He left 2 minutes early. Simple as that.
And he says, I left half an hour ago. And Delboy, guys. And guess what? Something truly historic has happened tonight. Something I never believed would be possible. A certain composer has not been mentioned by Delboy. What is the world coming to?
Yes. Look.
Oh, bugger. But you didn't. Oh, yeah. Shit. But you didn't say it out of his.
I didn't have to, did I?
I didn't see that. Just shows you how daft I am. I didn't actually see that. I just saw that blur there. I thought, oh, there it is. I don't know that is.
You see, this is where I'm saying, do you ever listen to what I'm saying? Because I said, look, I've just done this background especially for you.
I didn't.
Do you know what you said? Yeah, all right. And then you moved on.
Yeah, I didn't see it. Honestly, I didn't see
it.
I
told you I said I've done this background, and you acknowledged it by saying, yeah, thanks.
Yeah. That was a crafty, sly one, that one. Very good. I applaud you for sneaking it.
Just for argument's sake. Oh, Jerry Goldsmith. If you listen to Jerry Goldsmith just yet, I tell you what, you really want to listen to that Swarm album, bloody hell. And I tell you what, bloody hell, you got to listen to Supergirl. And what about that bloody Wind in the... Oh, anyway, Chinatown. What a score he's done there.
Anyhow, thank you so much, everybody. He got it in right at the end. Thank you, everyone. There's 6 people still here. And thank you, everyone. We'll be back next week. And take care, everybody. And before I go, I always let him say farewell.
Oh, it's goodbye from me.
It's goodbye from him.
Good night. No, we have to do that, don't we? And salute. Thank you very much, everybody. You're all just wonderful people. Thank you. And thank you from my mum. Thank you from my mum.
Oh yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's really good. And all I've got to say is, I'll see thee again. It's going.